Prologue. Deep in the depths of the space surrounding the world, there lives its timeline's source. Like a thread knotted at the end, a line of time stretches from it in infinite length, forward forever, so distant its future cannot be clearly seen. On occasion, the rivers of time are manipulated, rippling the space surrounding the thread, causing it to split. The more a thread has frayed, the less capable it is of holding its structure, especially if a branch has lost its magic. Its strength will wane, its length will shorten, its life will wilt to nothing. But it exists to feed the source, and magic-filled lines reinforce its might. Cut a magicless thread from the knot, and it only grows stronger. No mundane, infinite line pulling at it. In this way, the source, the knot, remains forever strong. This is how the death veils were formed. Acute, condensed knots of source, rooted in time and space. Spirits who leave a timeline are thrown into that space, and the source-consumed black holes magnetize them. A sentient gravity inhaling souls unwillingly into the knot. When a soul has shed its living shell, it does not choose its destination. It is pulled to where it is wanted.
Chapter 1. The Beautiful Mundane. I was always lonely. Even when accompanied by the ones I loved the most, I felt a dread. In a world so empty of mirth, the push to feel happy became more difficult with each attempt. There were no rules, none that I had to follow, yet I felt constricted by chains. The only pull that kept me breathing through my dread was the love of my little brother. Perhaps if I had made a different decision, I would no longer feel this way. But after everything, I am still lonely. I had often wondered, especially in childhood, what lay on the other side of life. Would it be a paradise, as many of us often presumed? Living in the beautiful mundane, as my father liked to call our world, meant you faced the mundanity hoping to experience the kind of magic only love could generate. You had to truly work for that feeling, earn it. But if you never earned it, what would the after want with you? If you failed to make the best of the mundanity, what was left, other than just another void? The sun still rose, the moon still phased, the wind still blew, and the flowers still bloomed. But our land lacked something. None of us knew what exactly, but we all felt it. Until there was nothing left of that land for any of this to matter. When the last earthquakes rattled the ground beneath us, tumbling our homes into rubble and lighting our very lives afire, I sat amongst the burning flames and held my brother's dying form, listening as he expressed the same ruminations I'd had regarding death.
What if there's nothing, Yoki?
He muttered through tears and pain. I tried to ignore the flesh melting off of his neck and coughed through the smoky haze surrounding us. There is light, I lied to him, pasting a fake smile onto my face. There is a sky bluer than you've ever seen, rainbows scattered across the expanse, millions of the greenest trees, treasure in the oceans to discover, and I'll be there. You'll find me waiting for you. His charred lips lifted.
I want to take my mask with me.
My gift to him 4 years ago. The mask that changed my life from mundane to magical. You'd think I earned it, but my story was not so simple. After all, that mask now burned in his bedroom. You will have it, I promised. A change in his eyes, then. Glaze. A deadness. He morphed from a person with life and potential and magical love to a husk. An empty vessel of skin and sinew. I resolved then to burn with him. When I recount this story now, I still find it difficult to describe what happened next. I could simply say that time slowed to a crawl and stopped. But this would not be accurate or just. Time stuttered. It skipped and twisted like a hot metal manipulated into a weapon. It grew and then shrank, changed shape, oblong and then square, expanding into a three-dimensional sphere, and contracting again into a single solitary point in space. All this occurred within the span of milliseconds, I supposed. It was impossible to tell for sure. When time was done with its little dance, then it stopped, and at the end of one blink, there appeared a being in front of me.
You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?
She said in a matter-of-fact tone. She considered me, as I tried and failed to move my brother's hands, stuck in time. As I noticed how the once raging fire seemed so much more defined when paused, the detail of the flames as clear as the colors and threading patterns of his irises. I could not speak, my voice paralyzed, but the radiant being owned a voice crisper and clearer than those frozen flames.
I have never understood the appeal of houses,
she murmured, gazing about my burning abode and pulling her arms to her chest.
They only trap you.
Her words pulled my own gaze to her. To say such things in the midst of calamity. Who was this odd creature, turning up in my bleakest moment and halting my forward sprint into death's cold arms? How dare she? I studied her. She appeared human. A body, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head of long, wildly curly black hair. Eyes as blue and cold as northern ice scapes. She did not smile, nor did she frown, she simply was. But I knew, without reason, that a goddess stood before me. Or was she floating? I cannot remember. Whether she spoke frivolously before, she did no longer.
I am destroying your timeline,
she declared. Environmental disasters that had plagued us for months flashed behind my eyes. They had been triggered by nothing, random and deadly. The reason my home burned and my family perished.
But a funny thing happened, surface being. As I sent the last toil into your land, I sensed a pull. Inexplicable, it felt. Surprising and daring.
She became more animated, those ice-blue eyes sparkling. As her excitement grew, so did my fear of her.
Magic, Surface One. I felt magic in a magicless world. This place used to have it, but over thousands of years it died out. So forgotten. But now I see the spark returning.
Pains me even now to admit that I knew exactly what she meant. 4 years it had been since the event that changed my mundanity. I considered my soul that of an artist's, if I should be so bold. Painting, crafting, woodworking, music, every form of creative pursuit called me. And one day, I tried my hand at mask making. The first mask I ever crafted was for Yakedo, my brother, on a holiday we called Roots Day, a day dedicated to our world's trees. We celebrated them, as they were known to provide the very air we breathed. In a magicless world, we had to appreciate the parts of it that felt magical, the parts we didn't fully understand. As a child, I'd always felt the trees were sentient. I'd imagined they spoke to me, telepathically, that they recognized my empathy for them, that they could feel when I touched their rugged trunks. This hope was, of course, unfounded. Though the trees were indeed alive, they held no consciousness within them. That Roots Day, I handcrafted a mask from the fallen bark of a cottonwood tree that grew just outside of our home. When the season shifted, fluffy white seeds floated from the branches, coating the ground, the roof of our house, and settled in my brother's hair. He rarely stayed inside, his passions lying in nature, and as our parents would call him in at the end of the day, I would tease him. "Old man," I'd joke, "your head is whiter than grandfather's." Then I'd tussle his hair until the seeds scattered across the floor, and Mother condemned us to our room. The cottonwood was his favorite breath-giving tree. The branches, when broken, held star shapes in their centers, a reflection of the sky we'd like to claim. Mysterious and strange. So I carved the bark into a reasonably recognizable shape, attempting to emulate a star. What I did not realize at first was how my focus became so singular, so undeniable that the world around me fell away, and my heart took over, as though my hands morphed into tools connected directly to my soul. The core of me was doing the carving, not my hands, not my eyes. Some center of me that understood how the art should be brought to life. This may not make sense to the layman. The feeling of something unnamed inside of you possessing your limbs. It is a bracing, yet meditative experience. The other truth I did not realize was that this experience was magic. Real magic. While I carved, I hummed tunes that seemed to originate from that core. When the mask was finished, a piece of my soul had been absorbed by it. It was not a thieving of me, or an evil disruption. It was healing. I felt healed. Just a fraction's worth, but a healing of a part of me that I did not know required it. I did not discover this right away. It took years for me to understand my innate ability, and to this day I am unsure of its scope. But this goddess, this unanticipated character in my story, detected my magic from innumerable layers of time away.
I wish to save you from this chaos.
The goddess claimed.
You must survive. You are important.
A shift brought all of my thoughts in line in an instant, as my ability to speak returned. One would think, with a sound mind, I would have first asked the strange being what she was. Instead, I asked her name. The goddess smiled then, revealing a shiny row of pearl-white sharpened teeth.
I am called Hamet.
No sound of a name had ever given me the sort of shiver that snaked down my spine. Hamet. Why are you destroying my world? I again felt as though this was a useless question. What did it matter why? She had already killed my entire family, but my curiosity prevailed.
Magicless timelines only serve as an imbalance. They disrupt the melody of time, act as blockades to further blooming of worlds. Your line of time became a nuisance to me.
She spoke as though my world was a disgusting bug that must be squashed. Anger bubbled up inside my heart at her words. I decided politeness and decorum were unnecessary. I was already at the brink of death. Why not say what I truly thought? You have murdered my family, Hamet. They were not a nuisance. This boy in my arms was my little brother, and you have burned him to his grave. If you allow me to live, as you claim you wish, I will do the same to you. Perhaps I should have been afraid of Hamet's potential reaction to such a claim. And I knew it was an empty one, for what mortal could ever harm a god? But neither of these truths made any difference to me. Hamet smirked.
How quaint. Your magic instills a confidence in you.
She gazed upon me as one would a kitten. It is not magic, it is rage. I stood, releasing my brother, his body half floating where he lay frozen in time. You've destroyed more than my timeline. I've nothing to live for. Just take me out along with your magicless world. I cannot stay anyway if there is nothing here. Hamet tutted, shaking her head.
Oh, mortal, you misunderstand me. I do not mean to leave you here alone.
I paused, unsure what emotions struggled within me at her admission. Then, what is it you mean to do with me? Her lips curled into a sneer, showing off those sharp blades in her mouth.
I will phase you into another world, one where your power can thrive. One where there is no imbalance, only the purity that magic imbues. and you will see what is on the other side of mundanity.
The other side. Yakedo's words echoed in my ears.
What if there's nothing, Yoki?
A song came to my mind then. One that I once hummed into existence while crafting his Rootstay mask. The one that healed a part of me, as though a piece of my soul was transported. This magic Hamet sensed I had within me. I knew it to be real as well. And while I did not understand it, did not realize its full potential, I knew that if I had an opportunity to survive this annihilation of my world, I might be able to use it in a place that supported it. For something good. For something better than this. What if, somehow, I could bring my little brother back? I gazed once more at the walls, ablaze around me, at my brother's slackened face, and then to Hamet's icy blue eyes. "All right then," I said with my voice quivering. "Do what you must." As Hamet's gaze lightened with joy, I felt resolve settle within me. If I could not bring him back, then I would end my life within whatever world I lived. Because my existence without him meant less than nothing. I had, indeed, met with a terrible, terrible fate. In the 10 years during which I lived in Hyrule, I learned much about magic. While my homeworld functioned just fine, having little magic to speak of, this world depended on it. Without it, Hyrule and its surrounding lands would fall into chaos, much like my own did. Magic served as its foundation. It lived in the roots of its trees. It kept the world alive. And over its generations, it had been threatened with annihilation countless times. Once I agreed to Hamet's offer of phasing me to a different line of time, she confessed a stipulation. Of course there was a catch. She was a goddess of the grey. Not necessarily an evil being, but not good either. Somewhere in the middle, where lines were crossed and boundaries broken. Yet every move she made boasted a purpose and an innocent beginning. She destroyed my world only because its lack of magic caused other worlds to fall into disarray. She was in charge of all timelines, of ensuring they survived. She was only making the moves she was meant to, according to her. This did not relieve me of any grief, however. My brother was still dead. My world still disintegrated. My life still meaningless. But 10 years of living in a magic-filled world gave me just a small bit of purpose. A way forward. At least, I dreamed that it would. A hazy autumn morning greeted me as I descended the stairs from my modest loft above the shop into the courtyard below. Few shopkeepers were about, as it was early, and none of them acknowledged me, except for the bazaar owner, a pleasant bearded man who gave me a wave. I was a newcomer, after all, and had yet to gain their trust. The smell of the cobblestone street wafted up, and I inhaled its stony scent. Something about this place had always given me a sense of peace, even at its busiest. The rush of day when the market's fruits and vegetables sweated in the sun, the sleepiness of night when the town's dogs ruled the streets. It was a place where life swelled, a remarkable undulating and lifting cycle that never ended. Perhaps it was life itself that called to me. Considering where I'd come from, all life besides my own having been wiped out, it made some sense. I unlocked the door to my newly opened shop, gazing up at the stark white, happy mask arches gracing the facade of the building. I designed them myself. Quite proud of the result, I must say. For the better part of a month, many of the children who ran about Castletown had been peeking through the windows and gossiping about what they might find inside when the shop finally had its grand opening. As of today, they would discover its secrets, and the town was abuzz with excitement. I could feel it in the air. Over the past decade, I'd had odd jobs here and there, making enough to survive through life, but only just. The recently ended civil war had tanked Hyrule's economy, and many Castletown shops that had taken root there for generations had closed. I saw an opportunity to lease one of the empty buildings, and here I was now, lighting the torches of the colourful lamps I'd installed, making incremental adjustments to the decor, and quadruple checking the ornamental sign that would enlighten my customers of the shop's mysterious purpose. I'd been planning this grand opening for months, and seeing it all come together made me smile. I certainly did not smile sincerely very much these days. These past 10 years had been a gift, according to Hamet, but her stipulation made every single day wrought with anxiety rather than relieving. I was alive. I had been given the time to research my innate power, and magic was an accepted and unrivaled reality here. But Hamet's looming presence remained. She had cautioned that I would owe her. Once she phased me, my life, my magic, my very existence would belong to her. It was only fair, she'd claimed, that her gift of life to me should be met with whatever she desired. And she desired my power. For a decade, I'd been balancing on an edge, fearing her wild eyes would pop into existence at any point. She'd made me swear that I would be at her beck and call, no matter in which timeline I lived, no matter what age I reached, no matter what illnesses might plague me, no matter my own desires for my future. I was to serve Hamet, if she ever called upon me. I thanked the gods, minus Hamet, of course, every single day that she had not yet made good on this demand. And perhaps she never would. But I was to hone my magical ability as much as I was able in this world, so that when she was ready, she could use it to her advantage. The only reason I agreed was my fleeting hope that my magic might have some unknown capability to bring my brother back. That honing it, as she wished, would accomplish that. And while I'd had 10 years to entertain that concept, I'd gotten close, but had not yet fully obtained the knowledge. Every step towards it was progress, however, and so I remained alive and worked at it each day. This was my singular purpose. My shop was just a bonus. I needed a creative outlet, and the shop became my solution. Masks were the name of my game. I'd made many since the Roots Day mask, and had experimented with songwriting as well, in tandem with their crafting. For some reason, only certain songs resonated with my masks, including my Song of Healing, a name I dubbed that tune I conjured so long ago. Otherwise, each of my songs held quite specific powers unrelated to masks, and all unanticipated. One made grass grow longer, but only grass. Another caused stone to crack. Some did nothing, and others accomplished quite impactful feats, but none felt so powerful as my Song of Healing. Took my place behind the shop desk and folded my hands, taking a breath of anticipation, my heart thumping against my chest in time with my buzzing nerves. The trading game I'd created for my masks was a risky venture. I only required payment once the masks were sold by my customers. If they were never sold, well, I'd never be paid. But my hope was that the game would speak to those with a penchant for undertaking challenge. After all, the reward for successfully selling all masks was rather grand, if you ask me. I discovered that masks made in this timeline were quite often magical all by themselves. Some were simply meant for silliness, but most had some sort of ability, even if one never uncovered it. A strange coincidence, considering my love for crafting them. Hours passed. Castletown bustled outside. Shops opened and people rushed about. I could hear them passing by my shop, but no one entered. I stood for a while, giving it time, hoping someone would take the risk and step inside, but eventually my legs grew tired, and I sat in silent disappointment. Perhaps the excitement I'd felt brewing around my grand opening was not as prevalent as I'd hoped. I pondered closing for the day, but rerouted my mindset. I must try harder. The sun stabbed my eyes as I stepped outside. I saw some market regulars pawing at the fruits across the square, a line forming outside the bazaar, and children running about, playing with a town dog. No one noticed me. The medicine shop owner walked past, distracted with a bundle of clinking glass, and I hailed him on a whim. "Toro! How have you fared in sales this morning?" I asked him, wondering if the busyness of the place was simply imbalanced for an unknown reason. Toro stopped, and dismay shadowed his face. He was not one to hide his thoughts, which I sometimes appreciated, and other times abhorred, depending on his mood. He was one of the shop owners who seemed to very much dislike my presence there.
Ah, Yoki. I've done well today. Had to restock my bottles twice already.
He smiled in a smug way. I see. Well, Congratulations. I wish you continued success. I gifted him an insincere smile that I hoped he didn't see through, but he didn't seem to notice.
And yourself?
He asked, an obvious expectation saturating his demeanor. He knew already what my answer would be. Well, it is still early. Toro was patently skeptical.
Indeed. I wish you success as well, Yoki. Your ideas are unorthodox, but perhaps they'll gain some traction if you push very hard.
Toro knew as well as I did how pushy salesmen were viewed. He was giving me bad advice on purpose, but I smiled again anyway, as he went on his way, clinking his bottles. I took one last look around Castletown, straightened my jacket, and went back inside the shop, feeling a certain kind of defeat that was oh so familiar to me. I'd been ripped from my home, forced into a timeline in which I was not meant to live, and given an anxious disorder for it all. Nothing had ever gone to plan, so why should I expect this to? As I rounded the shop desk and made to sit down again so that I could wallow in my failure, the bell above the shop door rang clear and crisp. Startled, I glanced up to see a patron walking in. Quite the stoic look on his face. His blue eyes darted around the shop, not so much to see what was there, but more to ensure he was safe, it seemed to me. I watched as he skimmed the sign instructing how the trading game was to work. As he read, I assessed him. A child, perhaps 10 or 11 years of age, the age my brother was when he passed. He was dressed uniquely, all in green, wearing a pointed hat, an oversized tunic, and worn boots. He wore a sword and shield on his back, clearly meant for fighting. A child this young, though participating in combat? It seemed extraordinarily uncouth. I wondered where his parents were, but my clientele was not limited by age, so I could not refuse him. The boy trotted up to the desk, and I smiled wide, putting on my overly practiced salesman visage. My very first customer. I decided, regardless of his odd look and concerning weaponry, I should treat him as special as the first customer deserved. "Would you like to be a happiness salesman?" I asked him, beginning my pitch with the fervor of a madman. I'd practiced it in the mirror day after day, ignoring the irony of a happiness pitch when happiness was so far from my own reach. "I'll lend you a mask. You sell the mask and bring the money back. After you've sold all the masks, you will become happy yourself. Have faith." Have faith. A motto I'd subscribed to over the years. Years without my brother. Years attempting to determine if I'd ever see him again. Years of failure, of small successes, of breathing through the trauma of my life. Years of faith. I wished it upon everyone else because what more could you cling to in a time when all seemed wrong? The boy only considered my proposal for a moment, and then pointed to the mask situated on the shelves behind me. He said nothing in reply, but I could tell what he wanted to know. "Ah, yes! You may start with the Keaton mask, a very popular one among the children of Hyrule." The Keaton mask was a non-magical one, which I arranged on purpose. If one were to discover the magical properties of some of the masks I had for trade, I figured it should be later on in the game. I'd ease them into it, especially the children. Magic could backfire, after all, even in the safest of environments. The boy nodded, his eyes full of fascination. Over time, as a magic user and researcher, I'd begun to recognize when a person had the spark, the small, almost unseen indication that they too had some innate ability or specialness within them. And I now saw it in this boy. I could tell that he was destined for something great, and upon further reflection, had likely already achieved it. I retrieved the Keaton mask and handed it to him with a deep bow. "Please sell this mask for 10 rupees. Then you may return and receive another mask to trade. You might find that some masks are more interesting than others." I gave him a wink, and he returned a small smile, bowing back. "Good luck! And remember, have faith." As I watched my first customer leave my shop, a sense of calm settled in my chest. Perhaps all was not hopeless. Perhaps I should have more faith. Crickets and nightbirds chittered in the darkness of the square outside my loft window. I sat at a small table set against the wall and opened my journal, one I'd been keeping for a very long decade. Recently I'd been adding pages to it, as I'd covered every inch of the worn paper that I could with research notes, thoughts general and specific, and music I'd written. I would also jot down events that stood out to me each day, though ones worth mentioning were few and far between. Today, though, the journal warranted some attention. Grand opening of Happy Mask Shop today. Met a boy in green who agreed to trade the Keaton mask. My very first customer. He had something in his eyes that seemed significant. I have a feeling I'll be seeing him again. I'd like to know more about him, and why he wears weaponry at so young an age. Might he simply be playing another game? Or is he meant for a higher destiny? Time will tell. I let out a contemplative sigh as I turned the pages backward, reviewing my prior notes from the week. The tiny diagrams I'd drawn seemed to call to me, their shadowed meanings evading my mind. I was only just beginning to understand the machinations of timelines, how they connected and branched, but I still did not fully grasp what existed at their source. Something did. That much I knew. And my newly found assumption was that the very source could be where my proprietress took root. Hamet. Her manic gaze remained as clear in my head as it had the day she revealed herself to me. I allowed my memories to weave in and out of my consciousness, when she crossed me from timeline to timeline, and my home faded away from my view.
It won't hurt a bit,
she had claimed. That had been true, but the process was not without strangeness. I felt like my soul was being pulled apart for at least a few seconds, as she phased me from one dimension to another. But before she did so, she said something to me that I had never forgotten.
My fellows will not be happy about this, especially Saigo. He will pine your lack of death, but I am the ruler of timelines, and he will just have to deal with it. Jinsei will also be saddened that he could not simply bring you back from the brink. Oh, mortal, I wish you could meet them. They are all so very distinct in their ways. Their death veil may be calling for you, but I am the queen of disruption.
She cackled then, clearly reveling in whatever dissonance she'd be causing by sending me to Hyrule. The names she'd mentioned, they'd stuck with me. Saigo and Jinsei. I could only assume they were other gods, living in what she called the Death Veil. Gods with distinct personalities, responsibilities, powers. Ones that feuded with her hubris-laden decision to phase me. I'd always wondered if she'd gotten into any sort of trouble when returning to the Death Veil. Was there a ruling god there who would make that call? Or did they all run in a chaotic circle, making bad decision after bad decision, disrupting the balance of worlds on a whim? Since then, I'd kept those names close, and had researched as much as I could about gods and timelines. There was not much to discern from historic libraries available to the public, but one day, 5 years into my new life in Hyrule, I'd found a way to sneak into the castle and had done a bit of thieving of its private library. I'd stolen a few books that seemed relevant. Dimensional Space and the Magic It Takes, a dictionary of terms regarding time travel which also highlighted the famed power of a magical ocarina. And The Gods of, a book dedicated to all known gods and their subsequent authorities, among other texts that were written in ancient Hylian. I'd only just become fluent in the modern language, but I stole them anyway. Saigo had been easy to find. He was the god of death, quite simply put. But Jinsei remained undiscovered. I did not know if I had the spelling right, but every combination of letters revealed nothing. Even with the revelations I discovered in the reading of these titles, much of the research remained lacking, until I met a certain scientist who lived in a laboratory at Lake Hylia. I befriended him, and eventually let him in on my little secret, but only to a certain degree. He did not know I was from another line of time, only that I wished to learn about phasing. He did not know the reasons for which, either. I made certain to never speak about my brother aloud, just in case Hamet was listening somehow. A scientist he was indeed, but he was also a man of faith. He believed in the gods and goddesses that many Hylians worshipped, and claimed there was scientific evidence to prove their existence. But he also had no knowledge of a god called Jinsei. He was the one who told me about the theory of timeline sources, where a line of time's essence lived, the root of it, the start, the place from which a timeline blooms. The theory went that all timelines have a source, and that source is a place where the gods might live. I shut my journal with a snap. It was time to test something I'd been cooking up, something that had been eating at me for a while. I had to make a decision first. Which object was I willing to part with? My feather pen? No, it was the only one I owned. The button that popped off of my jacket the day before? Perhaps not, as I wished to sew it back on. After all, I had to look presentable for my shop. I settled on a pebble from outside. I was not willing to give up anything I owned. Not yet. Not until I perfected the spell. A spell, I was calling it, but truly, I had no sufficient word for the magical trick I had conjured up. I'd accomplished nothing like it before, but I had to practice it if I wanted to make progress towards my ultimate goal. I placed the pebble upon my desk and stared at it, studying its attributes, then closed my eyes and began to hum a song. A newly written one, crafted with my heart and love for my brother in mind. The very first song into which I'd been able to purposely instill a specific magical action. I called it the Song of Phasing. I felt a shift in the air, as though some of its substance had been stolen. And as I opened my eyes and looked down at the table, seeing the pebble missing from view, I knew I had done it. Now, if only I could learn to phase an entire person.
Chapter 2. The Grotesque Sublime. Saigo, god of death, rose from his throne and peered across the subterranean hellscape that was his death veil. This place was his home, and yet it grated at his vision. Death was indeed dark business, but the balance of life and death held a necessary weight, which meant light was just as important as shadow. But here, in the grotesque sublime, darkness radiated outward like a sickness, and light was a rare thing. Saigo had noticed recently that the darkness seemed to fluctuate a little more often than usual, like waves rippling across the Death Veil plains. Where was it coming from? Death lived inside Saigo's spirit, but even he knew that waves of secondary darkness were not something about which to become excited. He watched the landscape spread out in front of him, his view of this realm of the after, his black as night eyes searching for dark waves. Spirits floated here and there. Pose, Rengo called them. God of spirits, Rengo reigned over all souls that filtered into the Death Veil after their bodies were abandoned, and only their essences remained. They could not communicate, and hovered like mere lantern lights in no discernible pattern. Yet Rengo treated each of them as his children, somehow able to assess their individuality. Saigo had never had the pleasure, not that he cared much. His own responsibility for them ceased once their death was accomplished, though if one were to give him a name, he could track it down. Saigo sensed a distinct presence behind him, a familiarly wild one. He raised his hairless head a little higher as he felt Hamet stride up beside him. Hamet, unabashedly shameless, the most intrusive of his lesser gods, and the most unruly. She often went her own way, made careless choices on a whim, and came back whistling with joy about it all. Her vanity was particularly irritating, and yet the goddess had also served as a strong foundation for the eccentric group of higher beings overseeing this Death Veil. She had perhaps the most innate knowledge of them all regarding how the surface worlds operated, but Saigo still rarely trusted her.
Your presence is stifling.
Saigo quipped, refusing to look her way. He could just see her ink-black curls peeking into his periphery. Each of the gods here chose their own facades. Hamet's the most startling, with her wild hair and pale blue eyes. She was a fire, always raging, and yet her stare could freeze.
You jest with me, Saigo.
Hamet drawled. Her flirty tone irked him, but he did not fight it. Though gods had no use for lovers or relationships beyond camaraderie, she tended to act quite human when it came to how she connected, and she'd always had a certain affinity for him. He found it annoying at best.
When will you allow me to sit?
She asked with a pout.
When all worlds blend into one.
He retorted with a bit of sarcasm he knew she'd enjoy. Curse her curiosity. She'd always a strong desire to sit upon his throne, a symbol of his divinity and leading role among the group. Saigo knew if Hamet had her way, she'd steal his position in the space of a second.
Have you come only to beg for my throne? Or have you any news?
She giggled like a little mortal schoolgirl.
I only wanted to cast my gaze upon you, god of death. You thrill me, after all.
Saigo rolled his eyes. Her demeanor then morphed into something more solemn, a rarity for her.
But I do arrive with news. The timeline I've been monitoring. Things are picking up.
She was a wild card, but when it came to her lines of time, she did not play.
Do enlighten me.
First things first.
She replied, leaning into him.
Tell me a secret.
It was a little game they occasionally played, and Saigo knew it was frivolous, but it encouraged her to be more forthcoming with information, so he more often than not bit her lure when she cast it. He let out a sigh of compliance and finally turned to gaze into her icy eyes. One of her brows raised slightly in invitation. The trick to this game was letting her in on something about the death veil that would not make it vulnerable to her whims, but would satisfy her taste for knowledge, a nearly impossible task.
There are creatures that live in the far reaches of the realm, where none of us have ever trod. Ones that live in full darkness, grow mutated limbs, and eat the flesh off of each other. Rabid and wild. Like you.
Hamet drew in a breath at his little compliment, and it was true. There were indeed creatures of darkness that lived somewhere, deep within the veil. He had seen them, but he would not divulge that to her.
Life in the death veil?
She asked, wholly fascinated by the idea. Indeed, Saigo had no clue how these monsters had evolved in a place that was supposed to be devoid of life. But he had a theory.
Perhaps they are not alive as we know alive to be. We do not fully understand their purpose, but I believe they are something else. Something other.
Her gaze melted, and Saigo knew he'd given her just what she wanted. He had to admit, sometimes he felt some satisfaction as well when he saw the joy in her face, but he only allowed it to overcome him for a moment, turning his gaze stony again once the feeling passed. She gave him a half smirk.
Well played, god of death. You certainly know how to woo a girl.
Will you just...
I'll tell you, my impatient one. It is a line of time where my darling Yoki lives. The magic is gathering in hot spots, causing odd things to occur and strange monsters to appear. It is a dark energy. It positively reeks of death. I figured you'd like to know, given it's your department.
She winked at him. Yoki, her prized mortal. Saigo's mood further dimmed at the mention of his name. Yoki was one of those rash decisions Hamet had made not too long ago. She decided for the first time in history, as far as Saigo knew, to phase a mortal from one line of time to another. effectively making him the most powerful mortal to ever live. Whether Yoki realized this was yet to be revealed, but Hamet certainly had not foreseen the consequences of such a choice. Saigo had been waiting for the ball to drop with that one, and perhaps it was finally time.
Your poor decision-making has come to bite us, Hamet. You've disturbed the entanglements, as I told you when you confessed to me what you had done. And now, your favorite little world will pay for it, I am sure.
Disrupting the magics holding the foundation of a timeline together was never a good idea. She should have known better and just allowed Yoki to die.
Oh, Saigo, you've made that world pay for it 100 times over, and it has still survived. You just don't understand. He is special. He will not be a destructive force. If anything, he will be a hero of legend.
There was only one hero of legend. The rest are copies born of an ancient curse, and Yoki far from qualifies.
Saigo had strong opinions about this topic, and they'd argued their validity until words no longer felt effective. But here she was still, convinced her precious Yoki was going to do great things. But the truth was that she had simply stolen a potential death from Saigo, allowing the man to live.
I don't expect you to comprehend it. A god fully focused upon the endings. I am a purveyor of endings and beginnings. And continuations. Trust me, Saigo. Yoki is a bright color in the drab gray.
Saigo was done with Hamet's distractions today.
Enjoy watching your timelines fall apart, Hamet. Just do not deprive me of the death I require. This veil is not yours to command.
Hamet only smirked at him again.
Of course, Your Eminence.
He refrained from rolling his eyes once more, knowing it would only fuel her amusement.
Just be prepared is all I'm telling you. I may have deprived you of one death, but I'll be making up for it with thousands, if all goes as I expect.
Saigo assumed it would not. Rengo crouched to watch the floating Po waver in the air, comparing it to its neighbor, a fully formed spirit. He'd been seeing this more and more lately. Swaths of Poes losing their opacity, seemingly fading away, and much less responsive to Rengo's voice. His voice was the only one here that could reach them, and he knew them each intimately, as friends and allies. But many had lost the ability to hear him, and his concern mounted now as he stood with a frown and placed a hand to his chest.
Please come back,
he whispered. The Poes were intermediary beings, remaining in the Death Veil for merely a short while. Their leaving was supposed to be instantaneous, not a fading goodbye. Rengo was to facilitate their exit from the realm, but if his voice could not reach them, this could not be accomplished. And then, what would happen to his fading friends? Where would they end up? He had to figure this out. Back at the Citadel, where Rengo's fellow gods took up space and served the realm, he found Jinsei in a courtyard, throwing a small, spherical object up into the air and catching it as it came back down. His slight, thin frame jumped in celebration as he caught the object. Rengo was unaware what level of celebration catching a sphere warranted, but Jinsei's demeanor leaned more carefree than the others. If one wished for laughter, Jinsei would grant it. And despite his smallness and blithe manner, he tended to break through much of Rengo's muddled mindset when he required it. Jinsei spotted him.
How goes it, Rengo? Have your Poes told any good jokes lately?
He asked, tossing the object again. Poes did not tell jokes, but Jinsei had been teaching Rengo to create his own jests as an exercise for his mind. Dealing with Poes on a regular basis tended to create a fog in one's head over time, even a god's. This was Jinsei's way of helping, And, surprisingly, it did seem to. Rango forced himself to ruminate. He remembered Jinsei had once told him that something called a punchline could be most effective. The pub formula was a common one, so he decided to try it now.
2 Poes walked into a pub. One asked the bartender for...
He began, but hesitated. Jinsei raised his eyebrows at him.
Gem?
Jinsei let loose a burst of laughter.
A gin!
He corrected.
Yes, a gin. The other Poe asked for a rum and milk. After a few drinks, the Poes became so very drunk that the bartender cut them off and said, "I think the spirits are getting to you."
He grinned, expecting Jinsei to eject another round of raucous laughter, but instead was met with silence and a grimace.
Not funny?
He asked with a frown. Jinsei squinted, as though attempting to find the right words.
It was, better than your last joke? What was that punchline again?
Goat feces.
Rango replied matter-of-factly. Jinsei grimaced once more.
Right. Yes. This one was better. Good job.
Rango's grin returned. It felt good to learn things, even if they seemed frivolous at first. But Jinsei, his facade resembling a teenaged Hylian, held so much more worldly knowledge within him that Rango just had no access to on his own. Jinsei was the god of life. His entire scope of existence was to return surface beings from the Death Veil to the world of the living again. This did not happen often, nor did Jinsei take the power lightly. Its purpose was mainly to facilitate the continued valor of legendary heroes, ensuring they survived long enough to accomplish their very important missions. Rango and Jinsei worked together in such cases. Rango felt a kinship to the god of life, one that he did not experience with any other god here in the Death Veil.
You seem like you have other things on your mind.
Jinsei said, disrupting Rango's thoughts.
Yes, I do, in fact. Something is going on with my Poes. They are fading.
Greetings, gods of life and spirits. The dynamic duo. Are you two never apart?
Hamet's crooning voice took over as she waltzed towards them from the direction of the throne, Rango noted. Before he could defend her claim that the two of them never left each other's sides, ridiculous, Rango was most often with his Poes, she continued to speak, taking a seat on an ornamental bench. Jinsei resumed tossing the sphere, rolling his eyes. Hamet's presence was not often welcome.
I've just come from Saigo. The god is getting balder and shinier by the moment. Do you know he still blames me for phasing my Yoki? It's so very rude of him, don't you think?
A gossiper, Hamet was. Rango suspected she'd picked up the habit from the surface ones she liked to spend so much time monitoring. As the goddess of timelines, she did possess much responsibility, not only over lines of time, but of the beings that lived in them. Their actions had far-reaching consequences for timeline health, which she must work to mitigate. However, it was Rango's opinion that she spent far too much time simply observing them, even in their most intimate moments. She spoke of it often, but Rango could not agree with the god of death more. Hamet had made the decision to destroy a timeline, an unprecedented choice, and while Sago had approved the act because of the influx of death he had received from it, as well as the danger it put the Veil in, he did not approve of her rescuing a magical mortal and phasing him to another line of time. In doing so, Hamet had instilled a lot more power within Yoki, a dangerous amount. If the mortal ever discovered this, every timeline would be subject to peril. But she did not seem to think this an issue, and consistently protected Yoki from Saigo's threats of death. Saigo had even instigated a civil war in the timeline, hoping Yoki would be caught up in the violence. But Hamet had somehow steered the mortal toward safety for a full decade. Yoki was indeed her favorite, but she also kept him locked in a binding life contract, restricting him in many ways. Rango thought it impudent. Mortals were supposed to have free will. even in the face of gods and their overarching rule. But these were all opinions. His responsibility went only as far as his precious pose, so perhaps he should not judge as much as he tended to. Regardless, he could not help speaking up.
Rude, perhaps, but perhaps not, Hamet. Saigo is the wisest of us all. It would do you well to remember that.
Hamet let out a belligerent guffaw.
Sonzai is wiser than all of us combined, including Saigo. It would do you well to remember that. The goddess of existence does not even share the full scope of her power. Why do you think that is?
Because even she can't explain what she does.
Jinsei said, bouncing the sphere on the ground.
It's the most useless power ever. Things exist, alright, cool. Who cares?
Jinsei's attitude tended to come out a little more when Hamet was around.
Jinsei, the adults are speaking.
Jinsei stuck out his tongue at her.
I am sure Sonzai's power extends further than we know, yes. But our god of death oversees this realm, Hamet. We must abide by his rule. It is the three who decreed it so.
It was Hamet's turn to roll her eyes.
Ugh, don't get me started on the three. I will never forgive them for what they will do to the god of law. The poor beast, stuck at the bottom of the ocean. No one to keep him company. The stories he has. I must visit him again soon.
Saigo has forbidden you to visit him. He is a traitor. He will try to kill the goddess Hylia. And you risk timeline disruption by moving through the time dilation.
Rango's emotion was ruling him, he knew, but this vexed him so. While Hamet had the ability to move through time, she wasn't supposed to unless absolutely necessary. But to use that power to commune with a disowned, traitorous god? Unseemly. Hamet threw her head back in exasperation.
You are all so irritatingly pure. What's a little rebellion? It hurts no one, and he's my friend. And don't you go tattling, Jinsei.
Jinsei bounced the sphere and ignored her.
There are more important things happening right here in the Vale, Hamet. Perhaps you should spend a little more time protecting this place with us. We are supposed to be a united front.
Rengo, please. What is there to protect? This place is an empty landscape, full of nothing but dreariness and boredom.
She languished on the bench, stretching her long limbs and sighing with angst.
I could make this place so much more fun.
Jinsei made a noise of agreement.
She's not that wrong, Rengo.
Rango gazed at both of them with shock.
How dare you, both of you! I have tens of thousands opposed to protecting this place. The importance of that cannot be overstated.
Ugh, you didn't even know them in life, when they had spark and potential. All they are now is a sad poof, a blue flame.
She waved her hand around in the air, mimicking his precious pose. No one spoke this way about his family.
I challenge either of you to understand the spirit's steps. But of course, you can't. They respond only to me, and they are fading away as we speak, disintegrating. I don't know what's happening to them. Your impudence is startling and offensive. And Jinsei, I am perturbed at your agreement with Hamet. Of all the gods.
I mean, the pose are cool, I guess. But I just don't get the hype.
He shrugged.
Now, when they come back to life, that's something.
They just did not comprehend the importance of the pose, of Rango's relationship with them. They likely never would.
You are both being rude.
He pouted. Hamet sighed.
I am so very bored.
Then get up and do something, goddess.
A full, confident voice commanded. Sonzai appeared before them, her tall figure emanating a strength that could not be ignored. Her Gerudo-inspired facade was a sight to behold, no matter how many times they beheld it.
Your bickering can be heard from clear across the citadel. What is worth this madness, Rengo? You look miffed.
He could not stop from frowning in disgust.
These gods have no respect for my power, Sonzai. Hamet especially. And my pose are fading. No reason is apparent to me.
Hamet has no respect for anyone. Why don't you all take your leave? Rengo, I shall find you later and we'll figure out your Poe problem.
He wanted to protest, wanted Sonzai to punish Hamet for her insolence, but decided against advocating for that just now. She was right. It wasn't worth the trouble. Rengo and Jinsei went their separate ways, but Rengo delayed around the corner as he realized Sonzai had asked Hamet to stay. He shouldn't eavesdrop, but after Hamet's despicable behavior, he couldn't help himself. The two goddesses stood a few feet apart, sizing each other up. Hamet had never much questioned Sonzai's authority, having always looked up to her for her distinctly mysterious power. Rengo understood that she simply wanted to know what Sonzai was capable of, and how Hamet could take advantage, but Sonzai was too intelligent to allow that to happen.
You look well, Sonzai. How's business?
None of yours. Arousing distress amongst the gods again, are you?
Hamet chuckled.
When it suits my mood, yes. They are, so easy to drive to insanity, you know. Especially Rengo. It entertains me so.
Saigo says you've been pestering him for his throne again as well. Do you have such a level of ignorance that you cannot see how obvious you're being?
Oh dear, is Saigo upset with me?
Hamet made a faux whimper of guilt.
He is almost finished with you.
Hamet did not reply, and shuffled uneasily where she stood.
You need to give him some space, Hamet. Go to the surface world and cause your trouble there instead. We have things to figure out here, and you are breaking too many boundaries. You may keep Saigo amused and at bay with your flirting, but that tactic cannot last forever. He is at his limit.
Fine, I will go if I must.
She said with a sigh.
But let him know I'll be checking in on my Yoki.
Rengo couldn't see her face, but he imagined she had given Sonzai a cheeky wink with that comment. Sonzai did not reply, and Hamet took her leave, swaying her hips. She was insane, immature, maddeningly so. So much so, it made him want to...
Rengo, I know you're there.
Whoops. He emerged from around the corner sheepishly.
I am sorry, Sonzai, but she irks me so.
For the first time since she appeared, Sonzai smiled brightly.
I know just what you mean, but Rengo, always remember, when there is a meeting, a parting shall follow. It just takes a third party to instigate it sometimes.
And I do appreciate it, goddess.
She nodded to him.
Now, tell me more about these fading Poes.
As the gods and goddesses of the Death Vale went about their business, far off in the distance and unbeknownst to anyone in the realm, except for one strange loping creature with hundreds of eyes dotting its face, a pebble pumped into existence.
Chapter 3. The Pearlescent Line. It is a fascinating experience to be mirrored. It was 2 weeks before I opened my shop when it happened. I was writing in my journal, trying to make sense of the hierarchy of the gods, when I felt a sudden pulling of my insides, as though I were being magnetized, attracted to some other unseen force. Merely 3 seconds it took before I realized what had occurred. There had been a timeline split. Before my phasing, I would not have been able to sense this. I could feel myself separated, split off into another direction. An older version of me, sent on a different path. I was so sure of its occurrence, so certain that for an unknown reason I had been split in two, mirrored into another existence, that the decision to attempt to phase myself was an easy one. It had all led here. Hamet's decision to save me, my life in Hyrule, my research. I knew I could not bring my brother back on my own. I did not have the power to do so, but there was someone who did, and they lived in the Death Vale. Deep in the recesses of one of the ancient books I'd acquired, I had finally found mention of the god of life, Jinsei, after successfully translating a certain passage. For a god with such a power, I found it riveting that he was not given more of a spotlight. It felt as though his existence had been deliberately hidden. There was written merely one short paragraph describing his purpose. 3 sentences that finally confirmed what I had suspected true for years now. The passage read, "The god of life known as Jinsei is responsible for the necessary act of renewing souls to their living skin. No other god possesses this scope of ability, and Jinsei's light-hearted spirit reflects the life he so graciously chooses to restore. Aside from renewing the lives of heroes of legend, it is said Jinsei has only granted 1 life renewal at the pleading of a mortal, though no record exists naming the requester or the recipient. Only 1. I did not know the circumstances of the request, but it did not matter to me. It only mattered that Jinsei had granted it, which meant, God's willing, if I could convince him, he may grant it 1 more time. I stared now at the empty space where the pebble I had faced no longer existed in my reality. The feeling of confidence that soared within me. I could not explain it adequately with words, but it swelled within, and I knew that it was the first step toward my ultimate goal. Soon, quite soon, I would be the very first living visitor of the Death Veil. The song of phasing took about a month to perfect. Phasing a pebble was easy. A person required a lot more dedication. I worked on it on my off time. Every second of it I could scrounge. The shop was gaining a fandom. It seemed the little boy in green had been a domino, inspiring the rest of the children of Castletown to finally take a courageous step inside, despite what all of their parents were saying about me. I now had several clients, mainly jovial children, who actively traded masks for me. So far, all of them had brought back the appropriate number of rupees for each mask, enthusiastically so. The boy in green was the only client, however, who had finished the trading adventure. Except, not in this timeline. I didn't know how I could sense it, but I knew that my other self, my mirrored self, had been through 7 more years of time than I had. 7 perilous years. And had seen the boy trade every single mask, earning the reward at the end, a quite sacred one I'd procured. I also knew that this boy was special. Special in both timelines, but having only accomplished his true destiny in one. I felt that he had experienced some sort of time manipulation as well, though there were not 2 versions of him that existed. The confusion all of this provoked racked my mind on the regular. What chaos had caused this timeline split, I'd no idea. I thought perhaps Hamet had something to do with it, but I did not feel her presence at all. It almost felt as though the split was fated, and had nothing to do with me. The only person in history to be phased, as far as I was aware. From what I had learned about my research on gods and their doings, they induced constant movement in the background of the everyday lives of mortals. Pieces of a giant puzzle were consistently spun around, raised and lowered, jumbled, locked together, broken apart. It was a significant and persistent dance, that of the gods, one that mortals simply could not and should not comprehend. But I wanted to. Oh, how I wanted to, and I was overtly determined. I sat at my desk in my humble loft, silently appreciating the quiet life I had cultivated here, as I did not know if I would return to it, and hummed out the final notes of my song, envisioning in my mind the place that I'd only ever seen described in vague paragraphs within ancient fading tomes. A dark place, an arcane one, full of death. At first, I felt nothing, but then a tug, a whisper in the air, an otherworldly whirring sound, a stretching of my mind and soul, much like the experience of Hamet's phasing. I whispered to myself a phrase I'd been repeating for 10 years, to remind myself that I still had purpose, that I would see my brother again. Parting need not last forever. And as I took my next breath, my lungs filled with the salty brine of ocean water. At some point during childhood, one must learn how to hold one's breath. It is odd to consider. Breathing is such an innate skill, one we learn as soon as we are exposed to the air for the very first time. Our bodies instinctively understand the process and commit to the labors of breathing until we no longer can. When my mother asked me to teach my brother how to swim, he did not understand about holding breath. I had to teach him the skill, and because breathing was so ingrained in his young form, he could not fathom that sometimes he may need to go against the very thing that kept him alive. It was the only thought that coursed through my brain as I kicked my legs and attempted to orient myself, searching for the surface. A growing need for breath overtook me, as my lungs were already full of water. They spasmed and expelled the fluid, but without the ability to take another breath, I was already near death. Imagine, I finally learned to phase myself after a decade of research, and this was how I would go out? I had sent myself to my own doom. But then, a shimmer of light above me. Sun. I propelled myself upward, craning my neck to burst through the surface as quickly as I could, the light dimming as my consciousness ebbed. A world of fresh, salty air greeted me as I inhaled it with desperation. Then, hacking up the remnants of liquid, I treaded the water, squinting to see what was around me. All that was visible in every direction was ocean. I attempted to wipe the saltiness from my eyes, but only made the stinging worse. I panted, a certain fear making its way to my center. The realization that I was stranded in the middle of a watery grave, no land in sight, began to choke me worse than the water had. I knew that I had to swim if I wanted to get anywhere at all, but had no inkling of which direction to choose, and I was utterly alone. I do not know how much time passed before an odd sound behind me corrected that notion. A sort of creaking noise and the whoosh of waves. I turned to see an enormous ship easing its way towards me. Straight towards me. I would be crushed or drowned by this mammoth of a boat if I did not get out of its way. I swam, but not fast enough. Sputtering and choking on seawater, I screamed my presence, and a sailor gazing through a sort of spyglass seemed to spot me.
"Man overboard!"
he yelled. A commotion raged upon the deck, and the ship slowed. An anchor launched over the side, thankfully far from my struggling form. It was becoming harder and harder to keep afloat, my muscles failing me. But a spark of hope lifted my spirit. These gracious sailors would be my rescue. They came abreast of me and let down a rope ladder. Clawing at it, I bumped the hull, trying not to be sucked beneath, but successfully clutched it and climbed. Weak I was, but so desperate to remove myself from the freezing sea. I used every ounce of strength I had left and reached the railing. A gaggle of men grabbed me and pulled me aboard. Only now did I notice their countenance and demeanor. Clothing ragged and worn, tattoos etched rudely into leathered skin, sharpened swords sheathed in belts and hard stares. I gazed upwards toward the black and red flag that waved in the wind at the tip of the mast. These were not sailors at all. I was aboard a pirate ship. I had collapsed upon the deck, my breathing rough and my body soaked. The pirates huddled around me, appraising me, some simply curious, others viciously distrusting. One of them squatted to give me a closer look. He snarled, making a show of grabbing the short sword at his side. He stunk so dreadfully of sweat and fish, I wondered if he'd ever had a bath.
"Well, ain't you a lucky chap?"
he began.
"Could have been a flopping fish for all we knew. Good thing you hollered so high-pitched like, though I was expecting a little girl rather than a fully grown man based on that scream."
The other pirates let out a squawking round of laughter. He began to poke and prod at me, searching for pockets.
"Now, don't know how you ended up in the middle of our territory, but it don't much matter if you got anything good."
I backed up against the hull, shivering as the cold air and fear began to set in. "Do not touch me," I warned. I knew I could not fight these men, weak in state or not, but I hoped my voice held at least some conviction. They only cackled again.
"Oh, so the wet fish has some gumption. Aye, boys, perhaps he'll be useful after all. Get the shackles. We'll make him our little errand boy. He's got 2 working arms and legs after all. A lot more than the lot of ya."
They continued to laugh as several pirates broke off to fetch the shackles. I heard them rattling towards me, while the men continued to rile themselves up, yelling obscenities and promises of horrible actions they would have me perform. The smelly pirate leaned in close to me, his breath adding another layer of stink to the mix. His expression grew serious.
We need to know you're gonna cooperate, fish. Only one thing you gotta do to prove it.
A round of eyes from the group surrounded me. He grinned, revealing a row of yellowed, chipped teeth.
Lick my boot,
he commanded, pointing at the most disgusting, fish-gut-covered, muddiest boots I'd ever seen. I recoiled, and he stood and drew his short sword in response.
Go on now.
I will do no such thing! He lunged, grabbing the back of my neck and forcing my head to the deck. My face hovered an inch from his boot. I almost retched right then and there. Hands grabbed my arms and constrained them in the cold metal shackles. I could not fight them, not even a little. He held the tip of his sword to the nape of my neck.
Do it.
I still refused, until I felt the sword cut into my cold skin and saw blood trickle onto the grimy deck. This is what it had come down to. The end of my life, a sour, unwashed existence, serving evil pirates who only wished to humiliate me. But what other choice did I have? I could phase again later if I could get a moment to myself. I needed peace to concentrate. This chaos would not do. But I could escape this unjust imprisonment. I had to try for my brother, but it meant I must play along for now. Slowly, I eased my mouth towards his nauseating footwear and shut my eyes tight in preparation as the group's exclamations grew louder. The smell wafted into my nostrils, prompting involuntary gags, and I braced for impact.
What's going on here? What are you doing, you wretched pirates? Scatter!
An angry but level voice cut through the din of my angst and the pirates' noises of encouragement. The smelly one removed his sword from my neck, and the hands holding me down released their pressure. I sat up, breathless, swallowing down the bit of bile that had invaded my throat. The mob around me dissipated, while a rather fearsome-looking man swashbuckled up to me, long dark hair billowing wildly in the wind, a quite distinctive hat upon his head, sporting a strange symbol on its front, a spherical shape with rings around it, like the pictures of some planets I'd seen in my extensive research. He gazed down at me curiously, and then angrily at the pirates who had backed away.
Ye worthless scallywags. Who in the hells is this, and why is he shackled on me ship?
His ship. The captain. Perhaps a more reasonable man, I hoped. The smelly one stepped forward.
Oh, we was just having a bit of fun, Captain, that's all.
The captain glowered at him.
Parent, you better have a great excuse as to why I shouldn't throw ye overboard right now. Y'all better.
The pirates were silent now, the tension as thick as blood, no excuses to be claimed. I flinched as the captain took a step towards me.
Don't ye worry now, young man. Hops, unshackle the poor chap. Stand him up, give him some dignity.
A pirate, Hops, I assumed, did as the man ordered, and I sighed with relief, massaging the blood back into my arms, but still shivering. The captain then commanded Hops to retrieve a blanket. Once I was adequately draped, he led me into the ship's depths, to his very own captain's cabin, and away from the bloodthirsty pirates. He sat me down in a rickety chair, and I squinted in the darkness, unable to see much until my sight adjusted. He sat across from me at a desk, and sighed long.
I'm Captain Osoi,
the man said.
I must apologize on behalf of me despicable crew. They're great criminals, but when it comes to hosting, they've much to learn.
I did not know what to say, rather stunned after the trauma. After a moment, I cleared my raw throat and sputtered out. I appreciate your kindness, Captain.
Ah, he speaks. Well then, do tell me how you came to be on me ship. Let's start with your name, eh?
I gave it, but only told him I'd fallen from another vessel while attempting to get to land. I had no idea where I was, whether I was still in Hyrule, or if I'd phased into some other place. It certainly was not the Death Veil, unless I was completely mistaken about its appearance. However, the men here seemed just as alive as I, so I assumed it was not.
What vessel was that? Where you headed? Perhaps we can get you there,
the captain proposed. I did not catch its name, sir. I was only attempting to travel from one place to another. My destination is unknown, if I am honest. It was the most I could conjure under my duress, and rather true.
Well, if it's purely land you're wanting to get to, we can surely arrange that. You seem like an adventurous lad. No home, no destination. You know, a pirate's life might actually suit you.
I gave him a half-hearted smile, and he chuckled.
I'm only kidding,
he promised.
This life ain't for everyone. Even the most cut out sometimes ain't that cut out.
He seemed to become lost in thought for a moment, memory flashing in his eyes, but then recovered.
We're heading to a newer settlement called Windfall. Should dock in about, 3 days. If you want, we can drop you there. In the meantime, you can sleep here. I'll take up the guest cabin.
He pointed to a meager bed against the wall. I do not mean to take your captain's quarters, sir.
Aye, that's exactly why you're gonna, savvy? I told ye. Me crew has a lot to learn about hosting.
He left me with a charming wink, after finding some extra clothes for me to change into while my own dried. I wished to try phasing again, but the day's events had drained me so I could not even summon the strength to sing. So one night of rest in the captain's quarters it would be, and then in the morning I would find the realm I was meant to find. If all went to plan, that is. And I was finding it so rarely did.
Rise and shine, Yoki. The day has dawned and we've a ship to sail.
Captain Osoi's crackling voice first thing in the morning was not at all one I wished to hear. I peeled my eyes open to a bright sunrise beaming through the faded, dirty portals of the ship. I groaned as I felt a soreness creeping into my limbs. The prior day's adventure had certainly caught up with me. The captain ordered me to ready myself and step outside to help the other pirates work the ship's sails. I sat aghast on the bed, reeling at the thought of putting myself through any sort of physical labor. I did not want to be roped into a pirate's life, not for anything. As he left the cabin, however, I realized I was behaving quite densely. I just needed to phase again. There was no need to play along anymore. Pirate's life be damned. While I wondered whether I should thank the captain once again for his rescuing me, I decided it would only complicate matters. If I stepped outside now, I'd risk never getting another moment alone. So instead, I resigned to accepting that I would not see the kind captain again. Settling into a meditative state after dressing in my now dry but stiff clothes, I hummed my song of phasing, feeling that familiar pulling of my insides. As I began to phase away, I opened my eyes to the sound of pounding boots, and at the last moment, saw Captain Osoi's startled reaction at my disappearing. I would have had a stronger response to his espying me, but the world around me dissolved and refigured itself into a completely new landscape, distracting me from such thoughts. This time, I rested on solid ground. The view before me took my breath away, but not in a deadly manner like before. It was autumn here. Golden, yellow, and orange leaves drifting on wisps of wind. The breeze cool and clean. A deep forest surrounding me, the trees huddled together as though for warmth. I had, yet again, phased to a place which I did not intend. It was becoming clearer to me now. These lines of time were just that. Time. I must move along them in order to reach the timeline source, where the death veil lay. However, I did not orient myself in the correct direction. I may face forward, or not far back enough. I was learning, and thankfully my lack of experience had not yet killed me, though it had come close. I shut my eyes once more, a bit reluctantly, as I rather wished to look upon this realm longer, and began to hum yet again, until, in one shocking second, a blast of freezing air whirled around me, and I felt something icy cold blanket me as I sat upon the ground. I halted my humming and opened my eyes to a most unexpected sight. Winter. Had I phased without noticing? The season was entirely new, but as I gazed around, I recognized the same exact huddling trees. I had not moved from the spot, but it seemed time had clearly moved either forward or back, or perhaps sideways. No strange pulling of my core had plagued me, however. I did not feel as though I had phased at all. As if in answer to my question, I caught the phenomena once more. Except this time, a bracing heat billowed around me, and the snow wholly disappeared in an instant. What in the gods was happening? I was not phasing, this much was clear, My body thawed from the freezing snow as the hot air surrounding me settled onto my skin, causing a sheen of sweat to break out across my form. This place was odd at best, terrifying at worst. Did people live here? Experience this flashing of seasons every day? Was this just normal? I knew I should leave it alone, continue to phase until experience turned to expertise, and I finally arrived at my intended destination. But I was just too curious. This realm seemed to bleed magic. What if I could utilize it? I rose from my seated position and wiped the sweat from my brow, almost wishing the season would shift back to the more temperate autumn. While the trees grew thick in this forest, I could just see the indications of houses through their leaves to the north of me. So north I headed. I must find out more about this place. As I crossed the threshold of the little town, I passed a faded sign reading Horon Village. The houses sat small and quaint, their thatched roofs steaming from the sudden change in temperature. Only a few people milled about, one exiting what seemed to be a jewelry shop. As I gazed around, I noticed a massive tree at the northeast edge of the village, perhaps the largest I'd ever seen. Was it just a trick of the sudden summer light, or did it have a face? I could not tell from the distant spot where I stood, but I swear I saw it blink. I shook my head. One oddity at a time, I thought. I decided to head towards the jewelry shop, where I knew I would find people to ask about this strange land. The thought of discovery enticed me more than I'd like to admit. But I had become a researcher of magics, and discovering one that eluded my foundation of knowledge incited something of a fire within me. Entered the jewelry shop, called Vasu's according to its sign. A man stood across from the shopkeeper as they discussed rings, and they spotted me, going silent. The shopkeeper's gaze turned from idle to seething.
Well, well,
he spat.
Look who it is, all the way from Labrina. Finally tired of your sad shop owner life, eh, Mr. Creeps?
Who was this man? Did he recognize me? I'm sorry. Do we know each other?
Are you serious? You come in here the other day with that sneaky grin and your shady business trying to swindle me, and you have the guts to pretend you don't know me? You've got about 10 seconds to leave my shop, bud.
Something wasn't right here. This man felt obviously hostile towards me. But why? I'd never before seen him in my life. I decided not to risk any further commotion, and bowed out of the jewelry shop, only to come face to face with a woman who gave me such a dirty look. I wondered what dream world I had fallen into. When the season swiftly transformed back to winter again, it took me not but a second to make a decision. I rushed away as the jewelry shop owner stepped outside of his door with his arms crossed, watching me. No reaction to the changing of seasons, and looking as though he wanted to rip my head clean off. Finding a dark shadow just inside the forest into which I'd first phased, I thought for a moment before beginning my song. It seemed these people recognized me, but perhaps not me exactly. Yes, I could feel him now, as I focused. A man who was me, but not me. I had jumped to another timeline, but not the one I'd felt branch weeks before. A third one. There were 3 versions of me, but I could not fathom how. There remained no more time to ponder it. Either way, I needed to phase in the right direction, along the appropriate line of time, in order to get to the death veil, and I needed to do it quickly. I focused, a determination washing over me. No longer would I allow any more delays or distractions. This was it. My core felt the tug. Reality bended, and then darkness. I stood on a spongy ground in total darkness. Wait. No, not total. I could see a tiny bit, and my eyes were already adjusting. I looked down at my feet and caught the pearlescent shimmer of a quite familiar pebble. A satisfied smile nearly split my head in two. I had done it. I had phased into the death veil. As I relished in my victory, I spied another white pebble just beyond the one I'd phased. Except it was moving. Now there appeared more, blinking to life in the darkness, bobbing and floating in midair, it seemed. As I realized what was happening, I also determined it was much too late to do anything about it. A dozen of the most heinous, mutated creatures, each the size of my head, and sporting sharp spikes upon their backs, their tongues lolling. Hundreds of bright white eyes, shining dangerously, began to crowd around me in a pack formation. They sprouted many long legs and warty green skin, glistening with a slimy substance that made me want to gag. My scream echoed across the mysterious landscape as they leaped towards me like spring-loaded spiders.
Chapter 4. The Clandestine Undead.
What in the hells did you do?
Saigo, sitting upon his throne, raised his eyebrows in a warning as Hamet barreled toward him in a fitful rage, her eyes bright with accusation.
Adjust your tone,
he said in a low, controlled voice.
I'll adjust nothing. What did you do to him?
Her wild hair seemed to stand on end with her emotion.
I know nothing of what you speak. Explain yourself. And if you address me that way again, I'll remove you from this realm, Hamet. Tread carefully.
She wisely heeded his advice, taking a moment to settle herself.
Yoki, I visited the timeline and he was gone.
What do you mean, gone?
I mean, gone. I could not feel his presence in the timeline at all. You've wanted him dead, Saigo. If you did something to him, confess, but know it would be a treachery beyond measure.
I haven't done anything to your precious Yoki, and if I had...
He stood menacingly, knowing he must establish his dominance before Hamet took matters into her own powerful hands.
I would have gladly admitted so.
Hamet's eyes narrowed in pure suspicion. Whether she believed him mattered not. He just wanted to bring her down a few pegs. The ego this goddess possessed.
Then why has he disappeared? Any theories, innocent god of death?
He would have known if Yoki had succumbed to an ending. He felt every single dead soul that entered his domain. All he had to do was focus for a second, and he'd be able to find him if he was here.
He's not in the Veil. Which means if he has left your timeline...
Realization transformed her hardened gaze.
Then he has discovered his ability.
Saigo watched as her expression evolved, from shock to concern, and then to awe and admiration. She would never learn.
This is your doing, Hamet. If Yoki discovers other timelines and disrupts the events within them, you risk the implosion of this realm. Whichever timeline he has entered, you may have to destroy, and all the magic within it will...
He did not wish to finish the statement. Magical timelines were literal lifelines for the Death Veil. Hamet was risking their very existence. She remained silent, surely the knowledge that she had caused this chaos finally sinking in.
You must find him. Ignoring this will risk everything. You must...
A sudden disturbance in the very fabric of the realm set him off balance. He stumbled forward, Hamet catching him and holding him upright.
What is it? What do you feel? Is it him? Has he perished?
She peered into his face with consternation. He could not help but allow his expression to reveal his horrified feelings. He slowly raised his eyes to meet hers, the recognition sinking in.
No, it is life. Life in the Veil.
Mekai raised his arms into the air and felt the veil pull at his power. He sank his teeth into it, metaphorically speaking, and merged himself with its etheric core. The bodies wriggled beneath the ground at the intrusion, each buried only a few feet down so they could rise easily into the open dark. His creations, his most sublime design, Redeads. He disliked the name they'd been given by the surface world beings. It was so very uncouth, so undignified. They were magnificent creatures, given a half-life that just barely simmered, but enough to animate them, to make them move and stumble and scream. And they possessed power that could freeze a victim in their tracks, allowing the remarkable beasts to overcome their prey. As they slithered and seized out of their graves, Mekai watched with a fascination that seldom ebbed, like witnessing a child being born. His companion stepped up beside him, bowing low, and then watched the leathery forms writhe and twitch as they balanced themselves and ambled toward the powerful pair.
You honor me with this display, Master,
the companion said, practically drooling. He'd developed quite the fondness for Mekai in such a way as to concern the god. He often felt the man's stalking gaze on him, had sensed the inane, perverse thoughts coursing through his mind. But he hadn't yet stomped them out, for one day he might make use of the obsession.
They are spectacular, aren't they?
Mekai replied with a chuckle.
Just wait until you see them in action.
His companion grinned, tongue peeking from his lips for a moment like a snake. Mekai wasn't exactly enamored with the man, finding him rather odd, to be frank. But he was just the kind of wretched soul the god of balances required. Standing tall and wiry, his companion's pale, pasty skin glistened, and sharply cut white hair framed a pointed face that simply reeked of evil. He wore a red cape cut into shreds and a gaudy, bright red diamond on his belt. Questionable fashion choices aside, he was an enigma of a being in truth, an accomplished villain who battled the very first hero and served the very first evil. Someone the three assumed would never again see the light of the sun. But Mekai planned to send Girahim back to the surface worlds one day. A day when the god of balances would see his own reign of those worlds finally come to fruition. The Redeads came to rest in front of the duo, looking to Mekai for orders with sleepy eyes. He counted them, 142. Not near enough.
We will need more for our purposes, my liege.
Mekai refrained from allowing his annoyance to show.
You've read my mind. We have work to do.
He raised a hand to the waiting beasts.
Sleep,
he commanded. They turned without hesitation and stumbled back toward their graves, digging themselves in without heed of any damage they might cause their forms. It was the only drawback to these half-dead beings. Their minds did not work as well as a living one, the result often bumping into things and each other, or simply standing unblinking and unthinking for hours on end. They must be commanded in order to do anything at all. But that was exactly the sort of unanimated mind that craved command. A blind mind. Malleable. Loyal. Mekai had sent his first 3 batches of Redeads into Hamet's favorite timeline during the Hyrulean Civil War. An experiment, a way to assess their capabilities as weapons. However, most of them perished once a certain pair of musically inclined brothers discovered a way to defeat them with magical song. Another drawback, Mekai supposed. But war did not come without trial and failure. And yes, he would keep trying. One day, his army would amass so greatly that no one, not even the wisest and most powerful of musicians, could conquer all of them. Redead's power thrived with numbers, and Mekai would create enough of them to overtake any threat. In addition, he had the unwitting help of the Hylians, who took such vain pride in their own wielding of power over the Sheikah with whom they warred that they stole many hundreds of Redeads and used them in their torturing of the very same people. This meant there was already a massive number of Redeads still in the timelines, still wreaking havoc, still killing, Some had even escaped from the prison in which the Hylians kept them, and they aimlessly roamed the lands at night. But again, it was not enough. Girahim and Mekai strode across the realm to the sacred spot where the gods performed their most formidable magics, a power-imbued place the three had supplied them for ritual and meditation. But Mekai did not use it for that. The three had created the gods to do their bidding, to carry out orders, and to arrange fates. But their refusal to interfere with all matters of the surface worlds did not garner them much respect from those very same gods. Yes, Mekai appreciated his own existence, which would not have come about without the three, but he viewed them as little more than breeders. They arrived at the sacred space, a sprawling grassland shrouded in the Vale's darkness, yet bright with color, an oasis within the hellscape, though none of it was actually alive. This realm was a manifestation of death, a place the three made possible so that souls had a world in which to retire before the beyond. Mekai found it rather pointless, but it was his home. He had not yet laid eyes on the surface worlds, but he'd heard tell from Hamet of their beauty. The chatty goddess could always be relied upon to inform, even when she shouldn't. And one day he would see those worlds. One day he would rule them. He could feel Girahim's giddiness rising. The villain's eyes sparkled, and he clapped his hands in anticipation. Mekai resisted the urge to roll his eyes, at least empathizing that the process he was about to trigger was indeed a fascinating sight. He withdrew the object with which he would perform the spell, a quite beautiful, albeit sinister thing, heart-shaped, wooden and painted with care, spikes along its edges, huge orange eyes staring, yet unseeing. A mask. He swore he could hear a faint whisper coming from it, saying,
"Consume everything."
But he ignored it. When Mekai had first shown it to Girahim, the insane villain had almost placed it upon his own face. Mekai had to rip it from his foolish grasp and explain why that was a terrible idea. The mask was imbued with an evil spirit, one that took possession over anyone who donned it. The tribe who crafted it had trapped the soul of a man within, a man called Majora, as punishment for unknown transgressions. In life, Majora possessed power untold, magic that allowed him to turn himself into a weapon, the caliber of which resulted in mass destruction. His spirit now inhabited the mask and saturated the wood with a dangerous level of power. When Mekai had retrieved it from the same prison where Girahim's spirit had been locked away, he'd realized its potential. It had many uses, both destructive and productive, and he now used it to raise the dead.
"Your innovation astonishes me,"
Girahim praised, watching wide-eyed as Mekai raised the mask into the air and closed his eyes to begin the process.
"I will never follow another."
Admittedly, it felt good to be honored in this way. Saigo certainly never saw Mekai's worth, nor did the other gods. The thought of him rarely even crossed their minds. But they would see, eventually, his wrath and his capability. They would have no choice but to see it. Girahim in particular recognized Mekai's talent instantly. He had followed demise in another life, one of the first evils that ever plagued the surface worlds, bringing war to those lands and causing the gods to adjust their perspectives. Girahim spoke of demise often at first, but as Mekai established his own mastery over this incredible magic, the villain ceased to care as much about his prior master. Now he served only Mekai, and the god had promised him the spoils of war in return. Majora's mask began to glow orange, and then red, heating up in Mekai's palms. Strange ripples of darkness seeped from the masked spikes, weaving together and outward across the plains of the veil, the only indication that anything was amiss. As the power emanated, Mekai felt it begin to pull from the realm. Poes from all over were magnetized, their wavering flames flickering. But he knew to keep the level of power stabilized, only allowing it to steal some of the spirit's essences, and redirecting them into the ground, where the mask then burst forth with a blooming of vitality, diffusing and combining life and death into a distinctive and unprecedented blend. The Redeads formed beneath the ground, sucking nutrients from the Veil's foundation to build their bodies and powering them with the essence of Pose. As the mask's light faded, Mekai almost collapsed with exhaustion. Girahim caught him and held him firmly, almost lovingly, in his grasp, grinning like a serpent.
That was a good one, Master. Oh, you just crafted hundreds of them, didn't you?
His chest heaved with passion as he spoke. Mekai sighed with fatigue and relief, euphoria thrumming through his form as the magic faded.
Yes, this time it felt more profound. Our army is growing, Girahim. The surface worlds will see it soon.
Girahim opened his snake-like mouth to respond, but the ground suddenly shook for a moment, and Mekai felt the air of the veil shift as though something had taken up space within it. Something that should not be there. The villain felt it as well, gazing about with suspicious eyes.
What is that?
Mekai frowned, recognizing that something deeply disturbing had occurred, more disturbing even than what he had just done.
Something is here,
he explained with foreboding.
The Veil has a visitor.
Chapter 5. The Colliginous Kingdom. I had never in my life moved so speedily. As the ferocious creatures leapt at my face, their claws shining and screeching a noise that speared my eardrums, all I could do was fall onto my back and roll away. As I did so, I felt some of the beasts squish beneath my weight, their disgusting purple guts squelching and staining my clothes. I rolled, and then jumped up once I'd gotten a few paces from them, their demeanor rather befuddled, as though they did not expect me to react so nimbly. As they hesitated, I took the opportunity and ran. Barreling through the darkness, I knew not which direction I sprinted, my only thought bent on escaping these terrifying monsters. Before long, I ran smack into an unseen wall, bouncing backward onto the ground. The wind knocked from me. For a moment, I couldn't think straight, my forehead burning from the force of the thump. I shook my head in a daze and raised my eyes to see that the wall rose incredibly high, disappearing into the black above me. And then it moved. A rumbling shook the ground, a deep growl emanating from the rippling wall, which I now understood was not a wall in the slightest. Its many legs skittered about as it turned towards me, pushing itself tall into an offensive stance, and hundreds of eyes blinked down at me. Perhaps the mother, I thought idly, my brain still catching up. Fear invaded my soul, and I lay there frozen, fight or flight wholly disabled. The humongous creature let out a screech of its own, but deeper, bassier, and more vicious. I was done for. The beast raised a spindly leg into the air and slammed it down onto my chest. I let out a whoosh of breath, grunting in pain. It pushed its body weight down upon me, the pressure so intense I thought I might implode. Finally, adrenaline rushed through my veins, and I grasped its furry foot, attempting to move it off me. But my strength could not match the monster's. It growled, leaning its face close to mine. Closer and closer, the pressure on my chest rising and rising. A slimy saliva dripped from its mouth and onto my shoulder, and it sizzled. Its sharp teeth seemed to sparkle in the dark, almost glowing, and it stretched its cavernous mouth wide. This was it. My demise, finally. I closed my eyes and said a silent goodbye to my brother, begging for forgiveness, for not following through with my mission to save him. And I felt a rib crack. Just as soon as the pain electrified through me, it ebbed away as the pressure on my chest released. I heard a different sound, a voice more human, releasing a war cry. The creature looked up toward the noise, its many eyes widening in sync, and one of them exploded into mush as it was pierced with an arrow. It screamed and stomped backward, shaking its face and pawing at its eye. Another arrow whizzed through the air and punctured one of its legs. The beast had had enough. It turned and bounded away, screaming in agony and rage. As its screams faded into the darkness, I clutched my chest and let out a quiet sob. The pain flared fiercely now, echoing throughout my entire body. My breathing and heart rate quickened. A face entered my view from above, but I could not see it clearly in the dark.
Seems you've gotten yourself into a tangle, hero,
the face said. The voice sounded young and female. I found it difficult to speak, the pain overtaking my senses, but I managed to force out, "I'm a very busy fellow." She let out a small chuckle.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of terrible news, but...
She looked side to side, then back to me.
You're gonna have to get moving.
It was then that I heard the smaller spider beast's screeches again, moving closer to us by the second. The girl reached out a hand to me, and though I knew it would be pure torture to stand, I accepted it and allowed her to help me up, wincing. As I stood and got a better look at her, I realized she seemed human enough. Short, red hair framed a round face, and wide, bright green eyes. Her clothing hinted that she was a traveler, but her gear reflected more of a warrior. She slung a huge pack on her back, stuffed to bursting, and held an ornate bow with a sheath of arrows made with some kind of shiny white wood and what looked to be sparrow feathers. Handcrafted, it seemed. 3 different types of knives were sheathed in her belt, and a bundle of bomb flowers hung at her hip. She was prepared for battle, and I began to kick myself for not preparing in a similar way. I should have known the Death Vale would be a violent place. She gestured in a direction, though I couldn't tell what lay in the distance, and we began to jog. Each step sent jolts of pain through my core, sweat dripped down my back, and an absurd thought made its way to my brain. What if I was following this girl into a trap? I had no clue if she was trustworthy. She saved me, yes, but that might mean nothing in a place like this. There was no life in the Death Vale. This I knew based on my research. I was the only living thing here. So, who was she? I began to fall behind, not only because of my exhausted and painful state, but also because I felt myself faltering, uncertain if this warrior woman was a legitimate ally. She glanced backward at me.
How are you doing, hero?
She quipped with a small smirk. Fantastic, thank you for asking, I replied with unintentional sarcasm. She burst into laughter, a hearty, joyful giggling that made me want to smile despite my trust. Then she slowed to a brisk walk and fell back to my pace.
Don't worry. The Argote give up chase pretty quickly when they realize they have to run a far distance. They'll have turned back by now. Lazy bugs, they are.
Her expression rested with a pleasantness that I just could not echo, and it surprised me. Who was this woman? What was she doing here? May I ask your name? I asked, as I gratefully slowed my pace and glanced behind me just in case, seeing no lazy bugs following us.
Certainly. Name's Misko. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
She held out a hand and I shook it in kind. Misko, it's indeed a pleasure. I'm Yoki.
So, what do you do on the surface, Yoki?
I slowed a bit more, taken aback by her question. She knew I wasn't supposed to be here. Perhaps it was obvious. After all, I had no weapons, no combat experience, and no inkling of what sort of dangers this place boasted. I was feeling more and more like an imbecile as the seconds drew on. I'm a salesman?
A salesman. Right.
She squinted her eyes.
So, a salesman walks into the Death Vale looking for... what? Can't be riches, 'cause there ain't none here. Only magic is in the higher beings. So, Which god are you hoping to find?
Well, this Misko was quick. I gaped for a few moments, unsure of what I should tell her. She chuckled.
Look, I get it. You've got a secret. Everybody does. I do too, and I sure ain't gonna tell you, so you don't have to either. But I know this place pretty well, and I could be of assistance. If you would just relax a little.
She shook her head with an amused annoyance. It's a bit hard to relax with a broken rib, Misko. I couldn't help the negative track my mind had chosen to run. I felt like an idiot. Pain racked me, and I followed this stranger into the darkness as though it were the only option I had. I stopped walking, making a decision. I'm sorry, but I must go my own way. This girl seemed to know much about this place, but after everything I'd been through, I felt nothing but trepidation about staying with her. So far, I'd only been accosted by pirates and run out of town by people who clearly despised another version of me. It didn't make me exactly unsuspicious.
Hey, a broken rib ain't no joke. I can help you mend it. Maybe you'll feel better all around.
I glanced about, trying to determine the best move.
Yoki, I promise, you have nothing to worry about when it comes to me. I'm only here for the fun of it.
The fun of it? An interesting phrase to use in a place like this. All right. Tell me exactly what you're doing here, and maybe I'll accept your help. But only then. Misko's eyes lit up.
Gladly,
she exclaimed. She rummaged through her pack for a moment and retrieved what looked to be a deck of cards.
Pick one.
The pivot was so drastic I almost felt whiplash. What was this? I could only stare at her with questions in my eyes, and she simply nudged the deck of cards towards me, nodding at me in encouragement. I shrugged, giving up, then chose a card as requested. She put the other cards away and then snatched mine from my hands, gazing at it intently.
Ah. Oh. I see.
She hemmed and hawed a bit more, and I began to lose my patience. Excuse me, but you were saying what you're doing here? Her gaze snapped up to mine, and she gave me a half smirk.
You're looking for life,
she declared.
I'll have you know, Jinsei is one of my favorite gods. He knows how to have fun. But I can't guarantee that he'll help you with what you're here for. His power is, after all, quite lucrative.
I could only gape. How did she know? Misko giggled again and showed me the card face. The art was unique and colorful. A large cat-like creature stretched its body, leaning backward for a jump. Rain fell around it while lightning struck in the distant sky. At the top of the ledge, a light glowed.
The curious one,
she explained, tapping on the card.
He knows just what he wants and just how he wants to get there, but he'll never know exactly what he'll find when he does, and sometimes it can be his end.
She was reading me. I wondered if these cards were magical or if she was simply playing around. Are you spiritually sighted? I asked.
I simply relay what the cards say, that's all. And this one says that you have a mission with an unknown ending. Though, if you've come all the way here for Jinsei, I suppose you think you know the ending.
My brother, I said. The words tumbled out of me, unanticipated. The goddess Hamet murdered him. I wished to bring him back. Immediate regret filled my heart. I had not told a single soul about my plan or the reasons for it. Had she cast some truth spell on me? But as I searched myself, I knew it was my own choice to speak it. Despite my distrust, Misko had a hold on me. Her gaze turned sympathetic.
I'm sorry to hear of your brother's passing.
I nodded as a thought occurred to me. She knew so much. Perhaps she would also know. It is said that Jinsei granted one mortal the raising of a loved one. Do you know if this is true? The details.
That is not my story to tell.
A sparkle grew in her eyes.
But you could certainly ask him. Jinsei loves surface world beings. He finds them fascinating.
I knew the question I wanted to ask, but found it difficult with this pain that seemed to be exponentially growing. So instead, I said, "You mentioned you could help mend my wound?" Misko smirked.
I can guide you. You have the power to mend yourself. You've been singing it for years. All you have to do is redirect.
She knew of my innate magic? Perhaps I should not have been surprised. The notes of my song of healing filled my mind. It had only ever healed parts of the soul, and had never physically healed. How she knew of this evaded my sense of logic, but I made a choice to accept what was offered me. After all, I'd been doing almost everything on my own thus far. What was a little help, if not a way to move forward? I began to hum, if a bit self-consciously, and concentrated on my core, where my rib ached. It took merely a few moments for the song to take a new form, to accept a new goal. Physical healing. The fracture stitched itself together, the bone and cartilage forming new bonds, and my pain dissolved. The relief almost caused me to collapse. I took a few deep breaths to center myself, and glanced at Misko, who watched me with rapt attention.
I must confess something to you,
she said.
I knew exactly who you were when I saw you running from the Argote. Your essence is like a lighthouse in this place. It draws the power of the veil to you, and the gods within it. Though I wasn't sure what your purpose was here until the card spoke to me.
My brows knitted together as I worked through the revelations of her claim. But it became clear to me soon enough. There was no life in the Death Veil. I was the first. A lighthouse. She wasn't immortal like me. She was something other. You're a god. Misko smiled again, wide and proud.
It's been fun keeping you on your toes,
she admitted. I scoffed in bemusement. Fun. What are you, the goddess of fun?
Don't you think the three wanted something for surface beings to enjoy while they exist? I mean, if there's no fun in life, what's the point, right? But technically, it's the goddess of leisure.
She winked. I'd never considered it before. My own life had been so lacking in mirth, I'd considered removing myself from it altogether many times. If I'd had more to live for, if I'd had more fun, perhaps I wouldn't have felt so devoid of life. You're important. Maybe one of the most important gods to exist, I admitted. Misko shrugged.
Maybe. Or perhaps there are more pertinent things to hold on to. Prioritizing life's many elements is dangerous business. I'm simply here to promote one of them.
I nodded, understanding. There existed a countless number of gods, juggling a countless number of obligations to the living souls that the three held in such high esteem. Their creations, their children. Despite our troubles and our misgivings and our mistakes, we were deeply cared for. But it didn't mean the gods weren't also fallible. Please take me to Jinsei, Misko. I need to ask him for his help. I need to correct the failing of a god, and I can only do that with the help of a god. With an arching of a brow and another wink, she said,
You can count on me. Let's go have some fun.
What in the realms is that? It stood 7 feet tall and glowed brighter than any light I'd seen. A brilliant sky blue, so luminous it was almost translucent. I would say it was a horse, but there didn't seem to be a snout. Only a fully bearded face with 4 orange eyes peeking from the mass of white hair. 2 golden feathers, also glowing bright, stuck out from its head like horns, waving in the air. Misko gazed at the creature with a pleasant reverence.
Hello, old friend,
she said to it. The beast had come upon us suddenly as we traipsed toward what Misko called the Citadel, a place in the Death Vale where the gods gathered. It was where she said I'd find Jinsei, but it was a long walk. She had other ways to get around here, but I didn't, so we had to resign to the trek. I'd heard an echoey galloping and turned to see the creature lighting up the darkness surrounding us. I was now able to see what seemed like miles of colorless plains stretching in every direction. No sign of plant or animal life to be seen. just a bleak, sparse land. Empty, besides the occasional floating blue flame. What Misko called pose. Much different from the pose I knew of on the surface. But my eyes were drawn back to the beast, as it stomped a hoof and lowered its head, as if in a bow to Misko's greeting.
Oh yes, he made it here all on his own. If only Hamet knew. Eh?
Was she responding to it? I'd heard nothing said aloud. She turned to me.
He'd like to introduce himself, if that's all right with you.
I stared blankly at both of them, but muttered, "All right." This must be yet another god. God of horses, perhaps. God of mutated horses? I shook my head of the thoughts.
Look into his eyes.
Misko encouraged.
And let what he tells you simmer.
I looked, the orange glow contrasting against his bright blue skin, if you could call it skin. As I gazed, I felt drawn in, the disturbed feeling I'd had before dissipating slowly. I began to see this creature's beauty. The colors buzzed with life, and I could sense the pure magic he was made of. Brief visions of nature flashed in my brain, kaleidoscoping into strange but alluring patterns. I saw a mountain, peeking through clouds on a sprawling landscape covered in all sorts of animal life. Squirrels, deer, birds, even goats, and little versions of this uncanny creature, tiny bunny-like beings, hopping about a sparkling pond among frogs and bugs. The peace entered my soul, and I heard in my head a voice unlike any in the world.
I am Satori.
The voice said. The sound shimmered in my mind as though light itself was speaking. The beast bowed to me, as it had to Misko. Misko hadn't bowed back, but I felt compelled, and did so with as much reverence as I could muster. "It is an honor," I replied. The visions I'd been given clued me in that this was a god of nature spirits, a protector of the natural world, and a cherished and venerated higher being.
The honor is mine, surface being. You are known in vain. Your power insists to be granted a further.
I am known? Satori's face was shrouded by his beard, but his eyes seemed to smile.
When a god chooses a mortal for reasons, all eyes are to see how it manifests.
I frowned, a mix of emotions stirring in me. It seemed Hamet had made me famous by allowing me to live as she did, not just for giving me life, but also power. I had suspected for a long while now that her phasing me had imbued me with an unknown amount of magic, in addition to what I already possessed. But now it was confirmed, and I felt only disquiet at its truth.
You are unsure of this power's breadth, but you will discover that while power itself can only reach so far, your intention may reach indefinitely.
Is that why I could heal myself? Redirect the magic I'd been using in a different way? Is the key to my power intention? Satori did not reply, but nodded his bearded face once. All that I knew was that I intended to revive my brother's spirit.
We all exist in one form or another, living or dead, body or soul. It does not matter the form we take. If we exist as we are. Life need not take this form again for this to be true.
I thought I knew what Satori was getting at. He was trying to tell me not to pursue my goal, that it wasn't worth it to revive my brother because his spirit still resided somewhere, but I scoffed inwardly at that. "It isn't the same," I retorted, my voice dangerous. He did not deserve his life to be ripped from him in that way. He was burned, his lungs filled with smoke. He succumbed to an unnatural death, and I will not stand another day for it. Satori lifted his head and seemed to consider me. Perhaps I was a disappointment. The coveted power gifted to someone who did not deserve it. But it was too late. It was mine, and I would wield it as I saw fit. I'm going to see the God of Life. I'm going to make him help me, and if he refuses, well, I'll just have to figure it out myself. I looked to Misko. Shall we continue? Satori began to back away, accepting my refusal without hesitation.
Intentions are everything.
He reiterated, and his form faded away into the dark, leaving us blind. Misko lit a torch with a snap and sighed.
Well, that's that.
As we walked, I felt increasingly uncomfortable with an incomprehensible guilt. I hope I wasn't rude, I confessed. Satori seemed wise, but he doesn't understand. I must do this, Misko. She gave me an appeasing smile.
We all must do what we feel necessary for the good of ourselves. He understands, Yoki, and so do I. I wouldn't be taking you to the Citadel if I didn't believe in that philosophy.
I returned her smile, relieved that she wasn't upset. After all, who was to know what would happen if you discomposed the goddess of fun? Sorry, leisure. We walked in silence for another half hour, Misko somehow knowing the exact path to take, even though there were no paths to be seen. And all at once, she halted, gazing around.
This is where I leave you,
she said, and then pointed.
Keep walking in that direction. You'll come upon the Citadel soon. Can't miss it.
You're not going to accompany me? Can I just walk into the Citadel without an escort?
I'm not exactly welcome there. I'm not sure what they'll do when they find you, but you'll never know unless you try, right? Ain't no fun in not trying.
She stepped forward and grasped my shoulder with a smile.
It's been a pleasure being your guide, hero. Take the leap. Let me know what you find. And don't forget to have fun.
I was about to respond, to beg her to stay with me, but like Satori, she faded away into a soft, whispery breeze, leaving behind a quiet giggle in the midst of the empty air. I stood for a few moments, attempting to slow my heartbeat and look towards the direction of the Citadel. I could just see its spires peeking above the horizon, and I knew my only option was to move forward. With intention. As the Citadel loomed into view, I marveled at its magnificence. It shimmered in silver, twinkling like stars in the night sky against the black void of the Vale. Whoever crafted this palace was an artist. 4 mirrored spires stretched high, while ornate filigree danced upon the outer walls. A grand gazebo stood in the distance, where it seemed 3 figures huddled, conversing. As I stepped towards them, they all seemed to notice me at once. A bald man, tall, muscular, and intimidating, moved forward to see me more clearly. And without warning, he phased, closing the distance between us in a second.
Hello, Yoki,
he said, snarling in a way that told me he couldn't care less if I lived another day. I glanced past him to see the other 2 figures, one of them boasting a head of long, dark, wild hair. Before I could call out a cold greeting to Hamet, the mother of all my problems, the bald man touched my forehead and my world went black.
Chapter 6, Part 1. The Scrupulous Immortals.
This is your mess, Hamet! Clean it up!
The god of death could rage like none other, but Hamet had never witnessed him this fiery. They discovered fairly quickly that Yoki had infiltrated the Vale, a feat no other living being had ever accomplished. Surface beings weren't even supposed to know about this realm. But Hamet knew Saigo was right. This was her fault. And she reveled in it. How many gods could claim it? She did not only phased a surface being through timelines, but had saturated him with godlike power, meant only for those with higher minds. The three's mortal creations were weak, aimless, naive. Most of them did not possess the capacity for power like that, but Yoki did, and Hamet had known. She'd sensed it from the very beginning. The only other god who knew of her ultimate plan was Sonzai, goddess of existence and keeper of secrets unknown. She was a mystery to most, and somewhat to Hamet still, but they'd grown close over time, and Hamet had let Sonzai in on some of her goals. It wasn't just about Yoki or accomplishing feats no one else had. It was about power. Power over the Veil, over everyone in it, and over death itself. Saigo had such a narrow view of his scope of magic. He might determine who died, but he didn't decide who lived. One might say one decision affected the other, that allowing a death meant disallowing life, but it wasn't that simple. According to Saigo, these deaths were fated. He wasn't choosing people with reason. He was sensing their fates and triggering their demise. He always said, death wasn't up to him. He just facilitated it. But she felt the choice had to be possible. After all, Jinsei could choose who lived. It seemed like a choice to her anyway. Hamet wanted more. She wanted to be able to choose. And she had with Yoki. When Hamet had learned to trust Sonzai with her secrets, she'd asked the goddess of existence why she was so willing to keep them. Sonzai had replied,
All things happen as they happen. Choices may be made, but those choices are fated. The choices exist already, a set path that cannot be broken. In this, belief or disbelief rests with you.
But Hamet did not believe, because she felt that she had broken at least one path by doing what she did. And now that her little experiment had joined them in the Veil, her excitement overflowed, because just imagine what he could accomplish here with all the realm's hidden power, and his own just beginning to bloom. Hamet felt that she had created a god. Fated, indeed. Hamet didn't believe in fate. She believed in will. Saigo had screamed at her and stomped away like a child. She could only giggle at his dramatics. And now, as she approached the prison within which Yoki had been placed, a cage made of shadow, she grew breathless at the sight of him. He lay unconscious upon the ground, magicked into a deep sleep and shrouded in the cage. His face rested so peacefully, she wondered if he was dreaming. If one could dream in this place. Hamet crouched for a closer look. He had changed in the short time since she'd last seen him on the surface. She knew he'd been researching gods, asking questions suspiciously close to gaining answers about the Veil that he shouldn't have gained. She knew he was trying to get here, most likely to find her again, to get his revenge. And she'd watched him with joy, allowing him to pursue his mission, her heart too full to be angered at his goal. But she hadn't realized he'd been so close. She hadn't expected him to arrive yet. And yet, here he was, surpassing every expectation she'd had of him. She smiled, her pride swelling, her ego enjoying every second. Saigo's magic was fading. She could see Yoki beginning to stir, his brows twitching, his eyes fluttering. He took a sudden breath in, snapping his eyes open. It took a moment for him to register where he was, but then he rose, and his gaze met Hamet's. She could see it, his hate for her so bright in his face, the way he arched his back like an angry cat, but he was trying very hard to hide it.
Good morning, my Yoki,
she said to him, beaming. Yoki began to notice the cage, its bars crafted from opaque black shadow. He reached out a hand to touch one and yanked it backward when the darkness seemed to want to stick to him. Hamet chuckled.
This cage is impossible to escape. The shadow will eat you alive.
His chest heaved with anger and fear, and he gazed at her again, a storm brewing inside him.
It does not matter what prisons hold me back. It does not matter how strong you are, how much you leech from me, how you threaten me. Hamet, I will avenge my brother.
It seemed as though he desired to say these words to her for a long time. She saw relief wash over his form as he finished the declaration. Hamet raised her chin and squinted her eyes.
I'm sure you will. You are capable of so much more than I realized. It makes me so happy, Yoki. You are my beautiful creation, a stunning vision brought to life. I'm so proud.
Creation?
He spat.
I am not your creation. I am the Three's. You did not give me life, you took it from me.
She waved her hand absently. Semantics.
And look at you now, positively flush with magic. Yoki, you and I could accomplish so much together. Just think of it. You can be angry at me all you wish. I will not stop you. I know you've come here for me.
She couldn't help but feel a bit shy admitting this. He promptly calmed, his anger dissipating, his body stilling.
I am only here for one purpose, Hamet, and it is not you.
Not her. How silly. She tried not to take that to heart. The boy was simply overwhelmed, lost in a place so foreign from his own home. He was speaking nonsense. But he would see in time that Hamet was right. For now, she would play along, for his sake.
And what are you here for, my dear? Perhaps I can help you achieve your goal.
His response was unexpected.
Jinsei,
he said, quiet and sincere.
I want to speak to the god of life.
Saigo paced in front of the shadow prison, glancing at Yoki every few seconds, considering what he should do. The entire situation was so unprecedented. There was no immediate solution to be found. So no, he could not kill Yoki. It wasn't his time. But nothing prevented him from keeping the nuisance imprisoned for eternity. Yoki had requested to see Jinsei, but Saigo forbade it. There was obviously some sort of malicious plan percolating in the insufferable surface being's mind, though Saigo could not fathom what it could be. Hamet had posited that Yoki simply wanted more power, that the newly blossomed magic he discovered had only whetted his appetite. If this were true, yes, this was what he should focus on.
What is your goal here, surface being? Why do you want to see the god of life? His power is privilege to those who deserve it, and you do not.
Yoki gazed up at Saigo through eyes full of resolve, shadowed by a serious brow, his mouth set in a determined line.
You're the one who made me sleep,
he said.
Imprisoned me here. Why would I tell you anything?
Because I am in charge of this place. I decide what happens here, and when a living being chances upon it, my obligation is to determine their purpose, to protect the veil. You bring chaos here, instability. State your case, and perhaps I will spare you.
Yoki seemed to consider Saigo's words, his expression softening, but it hardened once more.
I will only speak to Jinsei.
Saigo's angst grew.
Do you realize where you are? Who you're speaking to? I am the god of death. I hold your fate in my hands, and you contain an insolence that is liable to infuriate me.
He hoped to instill some fear into Yoki, to snap him out of his seemingly vengeful reverie. But the man only smiled, a wide and toothy grin that might seem pleasant if one did not see the rageful angle of his eyes and the fire within them.
Greetings, god of death. I do know who you are, and I know that you have no authority to harm me. I will only speak to the god of life. You are his opposite.
Yoki said the word opposite with such spite, Saigo felt something crack inside him. He raised his hands to rip down the shadow prison, desiring only to wrap them around Yoki's skinny neck.
Psycho?
Sonzai's calm yet firm voice cut through the din of his anger. He dropped his hands with a huff and turned to her.
I will not indulge his disrespect,
he complained.
You do not have to. Let me speak to him.
Her earnest gaze soothed the fire in his core. She was right. He did not have to stick around. He could delegate.
Do your worst.
He seemed such a far cry from godlike. Just a man. Gangly, long-limbed, unsteady. So human. But she also saw his center, how his soul glowed with empathy and fight. It did not surprise her that Yoki had struck Hamet's heart so. Sonzai decided to sit on the ground and stared up at him with expectant eyes, inviting him to sit as well. He looked upon her with suspicion, but acquiesced.
It is an honor to meet you, Yoki. I've heard much of your inspiring life. It is not every day a god is given the opportunity to speak directly to a surface being, especially one of so much renown.
He scoffed.
Renown. It is so odd to be viewed with such elevation. I have done nothing to deserve it.
You have done much to deserve it. Hamet has spoken to me of your research. 10 long years of it. It obviously gained you much wisdom if you ended up here as a result.
Yoki frowned and looked at her askance.
Which god are you?
She smiled, grateful for his interest. It wasn't often she was able to speak about her own power. It was a rather secret thing.
I am known as the goddess of existence. Sonzai is my name.
Existence? So, you are responsible for everything?
Sonzai chuckled.
Oh, you aren't too far off, but rather, I understand everything. Every rock, every blade of grass, every soul, every sin. Each emotion that runs in one's blood. I understand how the stars are formed, how a body survives, how the brain makes connections. I see the true state of things. I see the true state of you.
She had attempted to explain this to the other gods, but no one really grasped it or what it meant for her power. Yoki's eyes widened with curiosity.
So you know how everything works, down to the very minute components.
And beyond.
She watched as he made realizations in his mind. She could see it, the spinning cogs of his brain, working, organizing his thoughts, connecting them with memories and sparking new ideas. He was quite the thinker, this one.
So then, you must know how Jinsei's power works, yes?
Now she was suspicious. Jinsei was an enigma to most, even more so than her. If any surface being knew of his existence, even they would stray far from the desire to gain understanding of his magic. It was by design. Jinsei's power was the most volatile of them all, the most misunderstood, the least used, the most important. And yet, here was Yoki, having done his research, wanting to understand. But why? And then she knew. She saw it in his very spirit. The reason he was here. It was the only reason he would want to know so very badly that he risked his life to come to the Veil.
What Hamet did to your timeline was unforgivable. She had to do her duty, yes, to get the deadline so that this realm could survive. But she did not have to torture you, sir. She made the decision to keep you alive, when in fact she could have ended your suffering along with every other soul in that world. But she made a terrible mistake.
You're saying she should have killed me?
Don't you agree?
She gazed at him knowingly. Hamet had told her how Yoki had begged her to end him while holding his dead brother in his arms. The sorrow of it all struck her in her core, even now. His eyes flicked downward, his face falling, and she was sure he was being transported back to that fateful day, right into those flames, surrounded by death and terror.
Sometimes I have nightmares. Dreams where I'm attacked, or run down by horses, or pushed from a cliff edge. And at the end of every dream, When I finally succumb to death, I feel...
He looked into her eyes again, a fearful helplessness bleeding from them.
I feel... relief.
She felt such pity for him. It was difficult not to. He was an innocent person, never having asked for the innate magic he was given. But it was forced upon him, and he must accept the consequences of such a fate, just as any legendary hero must. He was not a legendary hero, but he was indeed bound by fate. Sonzai did not pretend to understand the three and their ways. In fact, she despised many of their schemes. But they did not do anything without reason. One thing in particular Sonzai could not comprehend was the reason they chose Yoki for his innate singing magic.
Your trauma. It is real, but it is influential as well. It has forged a path for you, a way forward towards the life you deserve. Hamet should not have allowed you to live, but she did. You exist, and so, what are you going to do with your existence?
She already knew the answer, but she wanted him to admit it. He shifted uncomfortably, glancing around as though searching for spies. She knew Rengo was listening. He always was the nosy god. But otherwise, they were alone. Rengo would not reveal Yoki's plan. He was too close to the concept, sometimes working with Jinsei to raise his pose from their indefinite sleep. Yoki finally settled and grew serious.
I aim to bring my brother back from death. I wish to ask Jinsei for his help in doing so. I know he's done it once before, at the request of a mortal, but I do not know what prompted him to agree.
He asked the question with his eyes. She knew he hoped for an answer from her, but she would not give it.
Jinsei uses his power in very particular circumstances, Yoki. I cannot guarantee that he would grant your wish. In fact, I assume that he would not. Giving life is dangerous business, just as taking it is.
The courage and hope in his eyes faded. Seeing this plucked at her heart in a way she'd never quite experienced before. Though she understood why he felt this emotion, she did not wish him to feel it.
I may have a solution for you, Yoki. And you may think it a bit unorthodox, but a solution nonetheless. Would you like to hear it?
He didn't seem convinced, but nodded his head yes anyway. She could see the fight draining from him, bit by bit. She took a breath. This would not be an easy sell, but it was all she could offer him.
I can make you a world of your own.
A bit of curiosity crept back into his gaze at her words.
A world?
Indeed, just for you. I call it a terminal world, one that isn't wholly real, but seems so. One that can be destroyed just as quickly as it can be created. I can make it full of magic, or just as mundane as your home timeline. I can create people, with feelings and goals and personality. I can make them function as real people would. You would not be able to tell the difference. It would feel just as tangible as your true reality.
Yoki's face lit up with questions.
What would be the purpose of this world?
Well, you wish to see your brother again, don't you?
You can create him?
She nodded.
But be warned, Yoki. Do not deign to hope that he would be real in any sense. He would be a faux copy. Though you would be able to feel him, hold him, speak to him as you used to. It may be easy to be tricked by this illusory version, but you must never forget that he is just that, a design of illusion.
She could see the run of emotions that coursed through him one by one. Awe, hope, anticipation, and then an awareness, disappointment, and resolve.
I cannot accept Sonzai. I came here to avenge him, not to play house with an imposter.
He crossed his arms, determined to keep his goal intact, it seemed. She expected as much, but she knew she must offer what she could.
I understand. But if you change your mind, Yoki, if you find that your mission is unattainable, please call upon me. I know it would not be the same, but I want to give you the next best thing.
He smiled sadly.
The next best thing, Sonzai, would be my own death.
Rengo stood silently, hiding and unabashedly spying on Sonzai and the newcomer. Yoki was such a conundrum, a strange and disorienting presence in the Vale. The very fabric of the realm felt off with him here. Not necessarily in a negative way, but a peculiar way. Something he couldn't quite explain. He risked a glance at her, and of course, she was gazing right at him with a knowing smile. How did she always know?
Did you learn anything of interest, Rengo?
He would have gone red with embarrassment if he'd been human.
I am sorry to eavesdrop yet again, Sonzai, but I find myself wondering about him.
She smiled.
You and me both.
You seem to understand him more than any of us. What can you tell me of his magic?
Rengo, why don't you go ask him? I think I've opened him up to conversation after Saigo's disrupting presence. I'm sure he would be more than willing to discuss it.
Oh,
He stammered.
I don't think I'm qualified for such topics. He doesn't even know who I am.
He didn't know who I was either, but I treated him with respect and he responded in kind. Just be yourself, Rengo. You're a perfectly pleasant god.
She chuckled and playfully but gently pushed him toward the shadow prison. He stumbled forward and caught Yoki's attention, whose eyes grew wide and watchful. As he drew closer, Rengo was taken aback at how surprisingly similar they looked. Both tall and thin, with long limbs and short, reddish-brown hair. Rengo preferred to arrange his facade in this manner. He found it more convenient in order to fit his thin frame into tight crevices when trekking across the Vale to find pose.
Hello, Yoki. I am called Rengo,
he said, reaching a hand carefully through the shadowy bars to offer a handshake. Yoki stood and took his hand promptly.
Hello, Rengo. And what is your godly responsibility?
Well, it seemed he wished to get right down to business. Now that Rengo knew what it was Yoki was after, he had a burning question to ask him, but stayed his excitement.
I am God of Spirits. I oversee the Poe souls that phase into the Vale once their bodies have expired. I care for them and see them off to the beyond when they are ready.
He had been with Sonzai and Saigo when they espied Yoki walking up to the citadel. They'd been discussing the recent changes in the Vale, the waves of darkness that had been rippling across the realm, the fading pose, and now the infiltration of a living being. Much had seemingly gone wrong, but there was little explanation as to why. But if what Hamet believed of Yoki was true, if he was fated to some purpose that involved them all, perhaps he was here for a reason.
I see. That seems like a great and heavy obligation. I can only imagine how many Poes need your attention.
Rengo smiled, appreciating Yoki's observance of his importance. Almost no one agreed, after all, even his closest companion here. He knew Yoki desired to speak to Jinsei, but hesitated to allow such a thing to happen. The god of life was a vibrant being, full of joy and emanating youth. He was always up for a challenge, and Yoki might present to him as one. It was too dangerous. His power could be easily exploited in the right conditions.
It is indeed an obligation I do not take lightly. The Poes are my family. I treat each one of them with as much empathy as the last. They deserve it, after all. They've lived lives that I, and the other gods here, just couldn't fathom. They've been tortured by emotion and pain, felt love and joy. Their spirits are full of wisdom from their life experiences. That sort of thing sticks to them, even in the beyond.
I must agree as a living being myself, though not so much about the joy.
It was sad that he felt this way, but Rengo couldn't blame him, he supposed. He could tell, though, that Yoki was a scholarly man, an individual who appreciated the perils and highs of discovery, so perhaps he could provide a bit of that feeling to lift his spirits.
You know, the most interesting part of my job is when the spirit of the hero manifests in the Vale.
Yoki perked up, as Rengo expected he would.
The spirit of the hero? What hero?
The legendary hero, the one all of the surface beings await when evil makes its presence known in their lands. When the hero dies, and many have, his spirit comes here, to me. It has a special, secret place in the Vale, where nothing can hurt it. And then, when the time comes, it moves on to the next chosen hero, disappearing from the Vale entirely. Until that hero dies, so on.
Rango could see the revelations waking in Yoki's mind.
Where is the hero's spirit now? Can you show it to me?
Rango laughed, a little too loudly, and quieted himself.
It is rare for the spirit to be here. Currently, it resides in a little boy by the name of Link. Though his mission has been achieved, he still lives. He lived through time frame 2, in fact.
He stumbled over his words, knowing it must sound odd.
You mean a different timeline? The split?
He scoffed, shaken by Yoki's immediate comprehension.
Well, yes. How did you...
And then he understood.
I see. This is part of your power. You are able to sense when a timeline's thread is frayed. How fascinating.
I believe I met him, in fact. He certainly seemed destined for something great.
They were getting along swimmingly, Rango thought. Perhaps now was the perfect time to ask his question.
Yoki, will you explain your innate magic to me as well? Your power of song?
Well, it's a bit difficult to describe, but I will try.
He went on to explain that he could create magic-imbued tunes, that the very first song he ever crafted, the Song of Healing, could quite literally heal a broken soul, among other fascinating feats. Rango thought this was the case, based on Hamet's constant drooling over Yoki and his abilities. But now he had confirmation. He could heal souls. He could heal them.
I would like to show you something, Yoki.
Rango closed his eyes and concentrated, calling to one of his fading friends. It moved through the veil, rushing toward him like a chick after its mother. He opened his eyes at its arrival and watched as Yoki's astonished gaze followed its every flame flicker.
This is a poem, a very special companion of mine. But this one is faded. Can you see?
He held it up to Yoki as the flames danced, but not as vibrantly as they should.
I'd like you to sing your song of healing, Yoki. I'd like to see if your innate magic can help this soul regain its form.
Chapter 6, Part 2. The Brazen Undignified. Mekai watched the brazen and undignified surface being sleep. He lay curled into a ball, shivering, surrounded by shadow. Pathetic. Having seen no one approach the prisoner after Rango had taken his leave, Mekai took the risk. But the mortal lay unconscious. It had been a sight what Yoki had done to the Poe. As he sang to it, humming a morose tune, the flickering spirit regained its opacity, transforming back into a bright blue flame, no longer faded, healed. Mekai had sensed several of his redeads experiencing the consequences. They writhed in their graves, twisting and tortured and disintegrated, wholly disappearing. By restoring the Poe, the mortal had destroyed some of Mekai's creations, and he didn't even know it. Now, as Mekai glared down at the pest, he thought of reaching through the shadows of the cage and doing what Saigo and the others would not. But they would know. He was not trusted, and none of them even spoke to him. A pariah he was. A sad excuse for a god. To them, just as pathetic as he found Yoki. Saigo had long ago reduced Mekai's powers so that he was trapped here. As a consequence for bad behavior, he could not take matters into his hands the way he wished. but he could make the mortal question his every move for the rest of his pointless life.
Awaken, mortal.
Yoki did not stir.
Awaken!
His eyes snapped open and he rose, taking in Mekai's form, fear radiating from him. The god did have to admit, his own facade was rather frightening to look upon, especially, he assumed, for surface beings. Tall and muscular, skin a sickly gray, cheeks sunken, hair black, stick straight and falling the length of his back. His eyes glowed orange, a reflection of the angst within him. He chose this facade, not to bring intentional fear, but to mirror the way he felt inside. A true self, a god unbound to the trappings of fate, free of vanity and distracting beauty. A minimalist approach. He was not here to impress anyone. He was here to claim ownership.
And you are...
Yoki stammered.
Let me make something perfectly clear.
Mekai began, a seething hatred oozing from his very pores.
I do not care to witness your power. I do not care to hear your sad story.
He edged closer to the cage, his nose an inch from its shadows, and snarled.
I only care to tell you 3 things.
The surface being backed away, a slight shiver taking over his thin frame, and he did not respond. Mekai squared his shoulders.
You have angered the gods. Your life is forfeit. And now, no time remains.
He spoke the words slowly, deliberately, pointedly. He did not wait to see Yoki's reaction and strode away, his stomping steps echoing throughout the citadel. Perhaps he did wish to instill a bit of fear. After all, this Yoki was a frail excuse for a surface being, his infiltration of the veil a confounding puzzle. Fear was a motivator unlike most, and it would make a home in the mortal's heart. It was all Mekai could do without arousing suspicion, all he could do to keep his own mission alive. He would allow no one to block his path, especially not a worthless mortal. Yoki sank to the ground, holding his knees and shaking. Jinsei sighed and rolled his eyes. That was so uncool of Mekai. What a jerk. He wasn't supposed to, and he knew it, but he made his way to the shadow cage anyway, defying Saigo and his stupid rules, as usual. What could it hurt? Jinsei knew how valuable his own power was. He knew not to allow himself to become vulnerable to the whims of mortals. He commanded life, literally. He had the best power out of all of the Deathvale gods, no question, and he knew how to wield it. But they all treated him like he hadn't been wielding it successfully for the last several millennia. All because of that one time, the one instance when he gave in. It was just once.
That was the god of balances,
he told Yoki, who startled as Jinsei waltzed casually up to the cage.
And he's kind of a grump. Don't take anything he says seriously.
Yoki didn't rise from his position on the ground, keeping half of his face hidden. He didn't even ask who Jinsei was. He guessed it was probably getting old, the whole trapped in a shadow prison thing. Oh, and constantly bombarded with god after god, poking and prodding at him, interrogating him, threatening him. But he couldn't have expected much less, right? He'd phased into the veil knowing what he'd find here. Didn't he?
Hey, if I take the shadow cage down, do you promise not to run?
Hope alighted in the man's eyes.
You trust me not to?
Well, I can't say I exactly trust you. I don't even know you.
but you could earn my trust by sticking around.
Yoki nodded.
Gotta hear you say it, man. I promise,
he declared, sincerely enough, eyes wide with anticipation. Jinsei nodded back and raised his hands to the cage. The shadows shuddered, made a sizzling sound, and then snuffed out, leaving Yoki free. The man stood slowly, and Jinsei waited to see what he would do. He could have just made the worst mistake ever. But reward was never as satisfying without risk. It was kind of a motto for him. Watching every single legendary hero fight to the death to save their world was enough for Jinsei to crave that same courage. He admired them beyond anything. The heroes. Some died more often than others, but even the ones who played it a bit safer housed a magnificent level of bravery within them. Jinsei had never witnessed anything like it in any other surface being. But this guy, there was something about him that reminded Jinsei of those heroes. And if he chose to stay, maybe he could find out why. Yoki made no moves to exit, but simply stood, gazing around at the citadel, and then landed his eyes on Jinsei.
Forgive me, but are you actually a child?
Jinsei almost doubled over with laughter. Of all the questions.
I'm a god, like the rest of them. I just chose this one. May I ask why?
A curious guy.
Because it's awesome? Have you seen the rest of them? Makai's like a monster. Sonzai basically stole her look from the Gerudo, which, if you ask me, is kind of racist. Rengo's this, like, weirdly tall, lanky dude, no offense, and Hamet looks like a witch who would eat your kids. And why does Saigo not have hair? How do you choose to be bald?
He watched Yoki's expression shift from confusion to amusement as Jinsei spoke, and then they were both laughing, Jinsei satisfied that he'd lifted the guy's spirits just a bit.
I can't argue with any of that.
He agreed. Then something in his eyes changed. That curiosity peaked again.
You seem to be full of life. It's quite the contrast from the others.
Jinsei smirked.
You want to know who I am, don't you? I believe I already know who you are.
He smiled, an obvious relief coming over him.
I came here for you.
Uh-oh. Jinsei's heart sank a little. Sure, it was awesome to have a fan, but if the other gods were right about Yoki trying to swindle him somehow, well, that would royally suck. But again, he knew to resist any coercion. He wasn't an idiot.
For me, huh? Hope I'm not a huge disappointment.
Yoki shook his head in pure wonderment.
You're not what I expected, but you are certainly not a disappointment. Especially if you are willing to answer one question for me.
If this man was aware of what Jinsei was capable of, he figured he knew what that question was. But hey, no reward without risk.
Ask away, my lanky little friend.
Yoki ignored the quip, wasting no time.
It is said that you revived a life at the request of a mortal. Only once. Would you tell me the circumstances surrounding that granted wish?
Oh, that question. He had thought maybe Yoki would jump right in and ask him to bring someone back, but it seemed he wanted to do his research first. Respectable. Telling the story, though, it was always tough. Yoki was right. Jinsei was full of life. He was almost never unhappy, had no reason to be. Except for maybe this.
Listen.
He began, the nerves beginning to fizz.
There's no reason to keep it a secret. I know why you're asking. You want to bring somebody back to life, and hey, I get it. A lot of mortals want that for the people they love. But I can't do it for you. You gotta accept that before I tell you anything.
The wheels visibly started turning in Yoki's mind.
All right, I accept that,
he said too quickly, but Jinsei knew he lied. But they'd cross that bridge after Jinsei schooled him on why it could never happen again. He was one of those heroes who died a lot. Jinsei had lost count of how many times he'd brought him back. It probably reached past 100 at this point. The guy just kept getting himself into the craziest situations, cornered by enemies, falling off cliffs, just being the most reckless hero ever. But the great thing about him was that he never put anyone else at risk, only himself. He, like every other legendary hero, was selfless, totally, unwaveringly selfless, which made what happened to him even worse. It was a few hundred or so years ago now, when the hero had finally reached the end of his mission. He had found the evil he needed to vanquish with the help of some fast friends and a startlingly beautiful princess. She had been the only person to believe the hero when he told her something bad was going to happen. Everyone else thought him insane. The loner farm boy with no parents and a dying aunt, set to take over the family farm and inherit a small fortune. But he resisted all of that, having heard a call. He'd been gifted the Triforce of Courage, a symbol of his destiny, and he knew that there was evil in the world that meant it harm. Evil he must defeat at all costs. He'd gone to the royal family of the time, begging for help, an army, or any kind of assistance they could provide. But the king denounced him, unbelieving. The princess found him later, claiming she'd had visions of a similar nature of a great evil overtaking their world. So she provided him with secret aid in the face of her father's forbiddance. The farm boy and the princess worked together, discovering the machinations of this evil and its plans. They grew close throughout their adventure, falling deeply for each other. Shared trauma, their foundation, a budding love that could not be undone. And while the hero risked his life fighting monsters and searching for the ultimate evil, the princess supported him from afar and worried. She'd no idea that the hero had died so many times, no inkling that a god had been working harder than he'd ever had to before to keep him living. And neither did the hero, to be fair. Though he felt every death, his coming back each time was like a reset for his memory. He simply thought he'd been knocked out or fell asleep somehow and moved on to the next goal, his courage driving him. Then one day, he closed in on that ultimate evil. The princess insisted she accompany him as she had innate power that could seal it away. At first, the hero declined, too concerned for her safety. He'd only ever kept her as far from the evil as he could up until now, but she would not be moved. Eventually, he gave in, realizing he did need her power for all of it to be over, finally. As he landed the final blow, their mission complete, peace for their world attained, the evil beast let erupt one more powerful blast of dark magic that wrapped itself around the princess. It strangled her. She died in front of the selfless hero. Jinsei watched it all happen, surprised he hadn't had to revive the hero even once for the final fight. But when he saw the hero's reaction to the princess's death, it was too much to bear. He'd gotten to know every hero, their quirks, their hopes and dreams, their families and friends. Everything about them, the spirit of the hero, was always the same. But their forms were always different, their lives and environments always varied. Jinsei felt as though he was getting to know a new person each time, and though the heroes never knew of his existence, Jinsei felt like he'd made friends with them. Seeing this hero, his friend, fall apart right there on the battlefield, screaming to the sky for help, for his love to come back to him, it broke Jinsei for the first time. He made that impulsive and fateful decision, one he regretted to this day and would beyond. He brought her back for the hero. Their world was saved and the princess was revived, and for a while things remained peaceful. Jinsei made it a habit to monitor the rest of the heroes' lives until their true deaths, just to see what they were up to. Many remained lonesome afterward. Some were marked by their worlds as legendary heroes and were celebrated, but most decided on a sort of retirement, the adventure having taken its toll. This hero and his princess seemed to live happily ever after. A rare fate, until tragedy struck again. Not even a month later, the princess went out shopping in her castle marketplace, a hobby she'd been partaking in since her youngest days. But evil still existed in the world, even if it wasn't in such great and potent quantities anymore. She was accosted by brigands, mugged, and killed. Again. The hero left after that, abandoned his kingdom never to return. He lived out his days in the forest somewhere, hunting his food, growing wildly disheveled, sinking into a dark depression from which he never emerged. He died an old man, but most of his life was left empty and dark. It was this that taught Jinsei the true nature of death, that the passing of anyone other than the legendary hero was fated. They would be taken, even if revived. Eventually, the veil would call for their soul, an unrequited death until circumstances allowed it again. Forced it. Jinsei confirmed this with Saigo later on, when he'd confided what he'd done. The god of death had mercy on him, but told him the truth, that death was not up to them. Saigo didn't even control death, he only monitored it. And Jinsei, with his great and wonderful power, had no authority to control it either. Death would come for everyone.
Which is why I cannot and will not bring anyone back again who isn't the legendary hero, Yoki. Whoever it is you want me to revive, I'm sure they deserve way more than what they got. But it isn't for me or you to decide.
Yoki had begun to stare into a void at the revelation of the princess's second death. He'd realized its meaning then, Jinsei was sure, but he had to reiterate it anyway, that there was nothing he could do.
It was my brother,
Yoki said suddenly, smiling with memory.
Yakedo. He was young and vibrant, much like you. His confidence always startled me. To have such courage at such a young age, with less knowledge than a grain of sand.
He shook his head, chuckling.
Reckless, like your hero.
Jinsei despaired inside. He could not give in. Not again. No matter how much emotion bled from Yoki, no matter how much he talked up his sweet, innocent brother.
And Hamet murdered him.
He finished, slowly raising his eyes to Jinsei's. Jinsei stilled. It hit him all at once, the connections forming, everything making sense. Hamet had destroyed Yoki's timeline. This didn't just mean his world was gone. It meant every person he ever loved was gone. Every single one. He didn't know why it never clicked before, what Hamet's decision truly meant for Yoki's life. A sad life indeed, forced to live without his family and friends, without his world, mundane as it was. Like the reckless hero who lost everything. Yoki was the byproduct of a necessary action, but Hamet could have saved him from this terrible fate. And she did not. Everyone always said Hamet was a wild card, that she never thought anything through, that her choices yielded consequences that affected innocent ones in the worst ways. But Jinsei had never known the true scope. Not until now. He couldn't bring Yoki's brother back. That was a concrete decision he'd already made. But maybe he could provide a little information that might bring Yoki closer to a solution. He shouldn't do it. He shouldn't be impulsive again. But he just couldn't help himself.
I might be able to help you, Yoki. Not in the way you want, but in a way that can give you a different option.
Please.
Yoki begged.
There is another way to bring people back, but it's dangerous, and you'd be putting yourself and others in harm's way.
I will do anything, Jinsei. Anything.
He couldn't say Jinsei didn't warn him. After all, if one thing in the universe had unprecedented consequences, it was Majora's Mask.
Chapter 7. The Virtual Indefinite. The mask's eyes seemed to whisper to me, and now that I was intensely aware of some of its secrets, I also knew not to respond. I'd found it right where Jinsei said it would be, in another shadow prison, hidden inside an alcove of a wall, where apparently Makai had concealed it. Jinsei was a bright god, observant and intelligent, more so than anyone gave him credit for. He knew of Makai's dark deeds, that the god of balances had priorities outside of his scope of obligation. Jinsei hadn't known exactly what Makai was planning, but he did know that it had to do with this mask. He'd figured it would dash those plans altogether if he told me of its uses and allowed me to escape. If I had control of the mask, Makai could do no harm with it. But there was a catch. It seemed harm must be done regardless, if I was to successfully utilize its power. Majora's Mask had many potentials, one being a possession of self once donned, another, a life-giving power. Makai seemed to only want to use a portion of this power, never allowing it to realize its full strength. My goal was different. However, in order to revive a soul to its fullest living potential, another life must be taken to account for the imbalance. The mask would steal a random living soul, leaving their vessel empty, and sending that soul to the Death Veil in place of Yakedo's. In this way, Saigo would not sense the disruption, allowing me the opportunity to accomplish my long-desired goal. Whether I was capable of committing such an act held no matter. I knew I needed a way, and Jinsei refused to provide it. For good reason, after all. He claimed death would come, but if I were to use Majora's Mask to bring Yakedo back, and then was able to hide him somewhere, perhaps death would not find him. I just needed to confirm this theory. I broke my gaze from the mask's wide orange eyes, a feat of great difficulty. It truly did draw one in, beckoning, inviting one to take on its facade and discover the depths of its mysteries. But I had to remain resistant. I settled into myself, that same meditative state of being when phasing, and focused my power onto the mask, as I had done to the pebble, what felt like ages ago. The space around me shimmered, a transference of energy produced, and I felt the weight of the mask in my hands. I opened my eyes to its stare once again. Consume. It seemed to murmur. Everything. And in an instant I felt it infiltrate my mind, all solid matter around me falling away into nothingness. The cold that winter was more intense than it had been in years, a sheet of ice blanketing the lake near our home. We built snowmen atop it, a contest to see who could build the biggest one. Yakedo cackled as the head fell off of mine and rolled away, its pebbled smile coming undone, leaving a trail of stones. He laughed even harder as I slipped trying to run after it.
You've got the longest legs I've ever seen, and you can't even use them right,
he teased. I could use them to kick your legs from under you, I shot back, slipping again, this time falling right onto my rear. It only made him laugh harder, and as I gazed helplessly at the sky, I realized I couldn't remain upset with him when he was this mirthful. My little brother, a head shorter than me but otherwise my twin in looks, skated over to me like an expert and offered me a hand. We ice skated this lake every year, Yakedo gaining more and more skill, and me floundering as usual. Everything I taught him, he excelled at. He'd even taken up painting, and had exceeded my skill long ago. I saw the same fire in him that had burned in me when I created. That same spark. I took his outstretched hand and rose, my feet continuing to slip beneath me. It happened so fast. A half-second where my world shifted into a freezing abyss. The ice below us splintered, a loud resonating crack echoing across a frozen lake, and I plummeted into the dark blue void. My head went under, as though the cold wanted to suck me in and trap me there. I somehow lost sight and feel of the hole in the ice, floundering, flailing, punching the solid wall above me to no avail. And then I felt a hand grasp my coat and pull. Yakedo grunted with my weight as he yanked me up above the water, and I gasped for breath.
Come on, Yoki, kick your legs!
I did as I was told, fleeting, fearful thoughts flashing through my mind of my heaviness pulling Yakedo under. But he held strong on the surface, his grasp never faltering. The ice became more slippery as I attempted to climb out, but Yakedo's grip grounded me, and I used its leverage to emerge from the water, my body numb. We both collapsed upon the ice, panting and shivering, for different reasons, of course. Yakedo propped himself up on an elbow and gazed down at my frozen face with concern.
Are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I truly could not tell. I couldn't feel a thing. And then my brother began to laugh again, harder than ever. I gave him a sharp look, but it only furthered his amusement.
Seriously, brother, what would you do without me?
It took a moment, but I broke down into hysterics as well as my limbs began to thaw, though I still shivered. I would not be able to function, that's what, I replied. My life would be meaningless. Though I joked, I felt the sincerity of the words in my very heart.
Well, you don't have to worry. I don't plan on leaving this world anytime soon.
A flash. Fire. Flames. Hamet's terrifying gaze. I shook my head, blinking, the frozen lake returning to view.
Yoki, are you?
My brother's screams as he burned. The rootstay mask blackened. No! Yakedo! The smell of cooking flesh. I thrashed on the ice, as Yakedo's stunned eyes stared down at me as though I was going insane. Then his skin began to melt. I was ripped from the tainted memory like a child from the womb, thrust back into the real world, gasping for breath. Majora's mask stared with its unblinking, wide orange eyes as though taunting me, knowing what it had done. It was some kind of demoralizing tactic, a way to take my real memory and malleate it into something else, something polluted. It was a nudge toward my ideal. It was an encouragement to go through with my plan. And it just might have worked. I trekked a few miles from the citadel, a warning flashing in my brain that those Argote still roamed the spongy earth out there. But I had to take the risk. I could not stay close to that looming palace of gods any longer. But there was still one more task to complete before I phased away. I cleared my throat, aware that I may sound absolutely mad. But then I called into the darkness for her. Sonzai? Are you there? Please, I need your help. I waited. Nothing happened. Then I heard a noise behind me, and turned to see the beautiful Gerudo-shaped goddess approaching.
So, this is where you've gone off to. The gods are scrambling after finding you missing, you know. You're a sneaky one, Yoki.
She smirked knowingly. I half expected her to imprison me again, but she only stood there, waiting. I've changed my mind, I said, my voice shaking. I want you to make that world for me, but I don't want a faux version of my brother. If I can't have the real thing, I don't want it at all. I need a place that is my own, where I can retreat to, disappear. A flash of sympathy morphed her expression for a moment. I felt a bit of guilt writhe inside me. She truly did care for me, and wanted to help. And I was simply playing her, taking swift advantage of her unprecedented powers. I didn't care whether I had a world to myself. I only wanted to hide my brother there. My real brother. I only have one question, I continued. How hidden will this world be? Will Hamet be able to sense me there? Her eyes brightened.
She will not. No one will. You will be safe from all prying eyes, tucked into the crevice of a dimension unknown to anyone but me. I can see where you are, but I will not be able to see what you are doing. And Hamet cannot enact her contract with you while you hide in the terminal world.
Good. If no one but Sonzai could sense where I was, that meant no one would sense Yakedo. Which also meant Saigo could not trigger his death, no matter how hungry death became for him. This was my only hope. And now it was simply a matter of deciding whether I had the capacity to take another life myself.
If there is ever a time you wish to leave this place, simply take the path that I will show you. You will phase, like you have learned to do, and return to Hyrule. But you may always come back. Termina will be waiting for you.
Termina was the name we'd decided upon. It seemed fitting given its purpose. She'd crafted it from my own mind. Details of my past, my power, and parts of my life that I missed out on. All laid out for me. A playground of my own making. Sonzai and I stood now in its town center. Clock Town, we called it. I gave her extensive notes on my life in the original world. The rituals we would perform, the festivals and remembrances. In 3 days, Termina's yearly festival would take place. The Carnival of Time. A way to bring a bit of my past into my present. Pleasant memories flooded me as I witnessed the riveting facets of this new universe. It resembled the city center of my old world, except it was now full of magic and masks. I hadn't wanted any faux versions of anyone I knew from my past, however, so instead she crafted copies of some of Hyrule's residents, people I'd met or had simply seen around. It was as though both of my lives were colliding into one. My past life in a timeline lacking magic, but full of mirth and love. And my life in Hyrule. The now familiar people with different names and experiences and lives, magic at the forefront of their everyday. I carried an oversized pack on my back, stuffed with my belongings I'd retrieved from my loft and shop. All of the masks I'd crafted, the ones I'd been selling and otherwise. My research, and, of course, hidden deep within, Majora's Mask, my only avenue left to bring my brother back. It took some time gathering these things, but it gave Sonzai the time she needed to craft the world as we wished it to be. Now, we navigated backward through the clock tower into the forest, Sonzai showing me the way back to Hyrule, just in case. She'd placed Termina in a sort of pocket dimension, she'd explained. A small section of the infamous Lost Woods that could withstand and maintain the chaotic magic required. The only place in Hyrule that could host a virtual world without it crumbling into oblivion. A place that could keep its existence stable. She left me at the precipice and halted to look upon me.
Once I leave here, I wash my hands of you, Yoki. I do not mean to offend, I only wish to be honest with you. I have other obligations and cannot keep constant tabs on you and Termina. You must keep this world safe all on your own. If you lose control of it, all will disappear. I will not recreate it. Do you understand?
I nodded, feeling a quiet determination similar to before I first phased myself. I knew what my mission was. I knew how to take the steps. I just needed the courage to take them. Thank you, Sonzai. You have provided me something I haven't had in a very long time. I've been searching for this sense of nostalgia for years, and I sincerely appreciate your generosity. I bowed to her, truly grateful, even though I knew I was using her. She smiled, her eyes shining with pride.
I'm glad to have provided it. And, Yoki?
Her gaze grew serious.
Please, value your time.
Sonzai crossed an unseen threshold and disappeared. I placed my pack upon the ground and dug through it, pulling out Majora's Mask and avoiding its dangerous stare. I would not be wasting any breath or energy. It was time to call my brother's spirit back from the dead. Back to life. I raised the mask above my head, closing my eyes and calling to its center, to its power. Yakedo's smiling face rippled into view of my mind's eye. His happy laughter, his amusement, his gracious demeanor. I wished so badly to see him. Tears sprang to my eyes, the realization blooming that my wish was to come true at long last. Yes, a life would be taken in his place, but I would not know who, and I never would. I could live with that. I could. To have him return to me, I could. As I felt the mask's magic tingling throughout my body, my hairs standing on end, the very air around me electrifying, a sound invaded my senses, interrupting the transference of power. Footsteps. What now? Before I could open my eyes to see who it was, something smashed into the back of my head, and I fell limp to the ground. The world shimmered and splintered into my vision as I struggled to keep my eyes open, my body seemingly paralyzed. I felt blood trickling down my face, and into my view stepped two dirty, red, pointed shoes. Then, a tinny, childlike giggle invaded my ears, echoing until I fell into a deep, tortured sleep.
Chapter 8. The Villainous Ascendancy. Mekai bellowed with rage into the darkness of the veil as Girahim looked on with alert eyes.
"Curse that mortal!"
he screamed. If there had been any doubt before that Yoki meant only to cause chaos in this place, it had wholly dissipated now. Majora's mask was missing, and Mekai knew he had taken it. There was no other explanation. Mekai's threats hadn't accomplished anything. His frightening face had caused no hesitation in the meddling surface being.
Master, with respect, I warned you not to speak to him. You said he had untold power. What if he infiltrated your thoughts? Discovered the existence of the mask simply because you made yourself vulnerable.
Mekai turned on Girahim, taking quick, echoing steps toward him, and thrust his hand against the villain's throat, slamming him up against the alcove that once hid the dangerous mask.
"Don't you dare question my actions, you filth. I could obliterate you where you stand. You have no power here in the Veil. No access to your magic unless I send you back to the surface world. And you have the audacity to tell me what I've done wrong?"
Girahim's pupils dilated in fear, but there also twinkled in them a small spark of pleasure. It made Mekai sick.
"I would never question you, Master,"
he choked.
"I only offer reasonable explanation for this deterrence. That is all."
Mekai released him, but not before giving him one last squeeze, a rough growl escaping from deep within his chest. He turned away huffing, trying to think, to suss out a plan.
"Well, if I may,"
Girahim began, his voice a bit hoarse now.
"Sending me to the surface world might just be a grand solution."
Mekai refused to look his way.
"Explain,"
he said glumly.
"If the mortal took the mask and is no longer here, it means he returned to his own world. Send me there, Master. Send me with your army. I will find it for you. I swear on my newfound existence, I will find the mask."
The turmoil and destruction Girahim would cause if Mekai allowed this, the thought of it, made him smile. Perhaps he could tackle several goals at once. After all, he'd always planned to send him, to dispatch Mekai's undead army and annihilate those who would deny his rule, to take ownership of what he desired. But could he trust this villain to do what needed to be done? The man, if he was a man, had once served an evil greater than anyone could conceive. Girahim had confessed to Mekai once that his adoration for this evil knew no bounds. Mekai wondered how the villain's love for him fared against that fierceness. He turned, slowly, catching Girahim's eager gaze, who had drifted closer to Mekai's form, despite the god's threats and violence. He saw pure worship in his eyes, an obsession, but wondered if he'd simply transferred that obsession from the first evil. Whether it was obsession or true loyalty, Mekai may never know, but this may also be a way to discover the truth.
Very well. Find it, Girahim. Bring it back to me. And I promise you, if you accomplish this, if you prove your loyalty.
He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, making a show of dragging his gaze across Girahim's pointed features, giving him the attention he'd always craved.
You will receive just rewards.
Mekai brushed Girahim's chest with his shoulder as he turned away, reveling in the manipulative tease. He could practically smell the pining desire dripping from the villain's form. Whether it sickened him or not, it didn't matter. Mekai would get what he wanted. He would destroy the very veil to get it. King Thaddeus Renatus Hyrule stood at a window in the castle library overlooking the sprawling castle town and its many bustling residents. The day was coming to an end. The sunset in the distance, sparkling with magnificent reds and oranges, a sight his late wife would have adored. He imagined how they would view it together, sat in the garden or high up on one of the spire's balconies to see the sun rays graze the breathtaking lands of their shared kingdom. The grief of her passing had never left him. All that remained of her existed now in his daughter, Zelda, 11 years old, and having barely experienced the unwavering love her mother possessed. But Zelda herself had it within her, perhaps passed down from the queen, a gift for him and for Hyrule. Sometimes he looked into his daughter's eyes and saw his wife shining back. So in a sense, she hadn't truly left them. She lived on in different ways, reminders of a time when Thaddeus felt more certain of his own reign. After all, what kind of king allowed a steward of the desert to craft an evil uprising under his very nose? When Zelda had first approached him with her suspicions that Ganondorf had been scheming a plot to take over the kingdom and murder the royal family, he'd thought her dreams to be just that, dreams. But then the boy showed up, Link. From the forest and untrained in decorum of all kinds, he seemed at first a frivolous playmate for the princess at best. But Zelda had insisted that his warnings rang true as her visions would suggest. The king had investigated at her desperate pleading after Link had claimed he'd already seen what would happen, had already lived it. A world devoid of peace, overtaken by evil, and most of the royal family wiped out, including Thaddeus, murdered in cold blood by Ganondorf's own hand. An older Zelda, who had trained in the ways of the Sheikah, had sent Link backward in time to gift back his childhood, and to warn Hyrule of its impending doom. Investigations ultimately proved these claims to be likely. But what was more, the boy possessed the Triforce of Courage, proof that he was chosen by the goddesses as a hero of legend. Ganondorf's games were ended, his mission decimated, and Thaddeus imprisoned him indefinitely. He had been taking the time to determine his next moves, what sort of punishment the desert man deserved. It was a conundrum. The man hadn't murdered anyone yet, but the knowledge that he most certainly planned to was enough for the king to take it as seriously as he had. As he gazed upon his lands, imagining them overtaken by darkness, he reminded himself of his daughter's worth. He must not forget it ever again. She, and the forest boy, of course, had saved their kingdom. Undoubtedly. The king had offered Link an invitation to join the knight training program, as he'd years of sword training already, in a sense. It was not an offer just anyone received. Most were required to sign up for the program and be accepted via extremely specific criteria: acceptance, an unrivaled honor. But the boy had refused. He'd said he had a few things to sort out, and he would soon be leaving Hyrule. That he'd had enough adventure for one lifetime, and wanted to experience a life without it for once. He also mentioned he was in search of a lost friend, but would not elaborate, and refused all offers of help. The child's humility was rather startling to the king. Not just anyone would reject the invitation to join the Hyrule knighthood in favor of a dull life, but he supposed he understood to a point. His own life had been stuffed with adventure, if you could call it that. He would revel in a few years of peace to settle into, if he could. Zelda had gifted the boy her special ocarina, and he'd left them. She'd been sullen since, her passion dampened, her lively manner stamped down. It hadn't been easy these past few weeks, but the king knew he must not falter in his fatherhood. Not now, not after everything. He'd made enough mistakes in his past. Fatal ones.
Your Highness.
A familiar, proud voice called from behind him.
We've arrived.
Thaddeus turned to see Impa, his daughter's trusted Sheikah attendant and protector, and his little Zelda dressed in her night clothes approaching. The knights standing guard made way for them, silently bowing to the princess.
Hello, Father.
Zelda droned. Her eyes remained emotionless, as they had for weeks. She stood stoic in front of him, her hands clasped together and remaining as regal as ever. Thaddeus smiled, happy to see her after this long day of meetings and dull royal duties. Impa stood to the side as he took a seat at one of the long tables fixed in the center of the impossibly tall book stacks and patted his knee, raising his eyebrows in invitation. Zelda couldn't help but crack a small smile as well as she trotted over to him and sat. The king held his daughter close, tears prickling his eyes unexpectedly. All these thoughts of the queen had brought him to a certain state of mind, and that was often difficult to escape.
And how is my beautiful princess this evening? Did you have a productive day?
She shrugged half-heartedly.
I suppose. Impa took me riding and I attempted to wield the bow again, but I'm just so awful at it. I only hit one target, and only at the very edge. I really don't like the bow, Father.
The king chuckled as he watched Zelda's eyes grow large with emphasis. He adored witnessing her dramatic expressions. She had a knack for communicating feelings with only her gaze, which also reminded him of his late wife.
Did you know,
he began, tapping her lightly on the nose,
that when I was a boy, my attendant forced me to wield an axe for training every single day for 4 hours at a time?
Zelda's eyes grew even wider, if that was possible, and shook her head. He nodded emphatically.
It is true, and I was terrible at it. I couldn't even hit the center of a very large X drawn on the ground for me. Once, I lost grip of the axe and it went flying across the training field, embedding itself in my father's very old, very prized weapons chest. I received quite the verbal lashing for that one.
She let out a small giggle.
Were you a clumsy boy?
I was worse than clumsy. I was a complete mess. No one knew what to do with me. Until one day, I decided to take control of my own training. I escaped in the night to Castle Town and sought out a quite famous but poor swordsmaster. I'd heard of his talents, but the royal family had no respect for peasants in those days and would never have employed him. I asked him to train me. He refused at first, knowing my father, the king, would be furious if he found out. But I begged him, and he finally agreed. He trained me for over a year, and I grew better and better with the axe, as well as a slew of other weapons.
Like the longsword. You're very good at the longsword.
I am indeed, all because of that swordsmaster. Eventually, he became my mentor, and my friend. I just needed a different kind of teacher.
The princess looked away, a thoughtfulness overtaking her face.
Impa is a good teacher, but
She lowered her voice to a whisper.
sometimes she treats me like a boy.
He could not hold his bellowing laughter. Impa showed no signs of having heard Zelda's confession, but he knew her keen Sheikah ears had. Whether she had the ability to laugh was a mystery to him, however.
One day,
he encouraged,
you may have to make such a decision, and I want you to know, it is a courageous one to make. But even if you don't make it, I am proud of you. I will always be proud of you, my Zelda, whether you hit your targets or not.
She hugged him then, and he felt just a little bit more of her spark returning, even if it was just for a moment.
I love you, Father.
And I you.
Echoing steps rang down the hallway beyond the guards at the door, and the king's high commander rounded the corner, breathless.
Your Majesty.
Holland? What is it?
He could see a wild fear in the man's eyes, a rarity for him.
It is Hyrule Field, sire. It's being overrun.
Girahim stood imperiously atop a great boulder, watching with glee as the Redeads ambled towards the castle in the distance, dragging their feet and groaning. He wondered if they groaned with pain or pleasure. Moving his hand to his throat, he caressed the welts that still rose from his pale skin, remnants of his master's touch. He pushed on them, his lids fluttering, and his eyes rolling backward as shooting pain electrified his senses. It felt good to have a body again, to be able to feel. He'd been trapped for so very long, longer than he could calculate. His spirit, once inhabiting this form and serving Demise, his first master, had been imprisoned in the Veil by that self-absorbed god of death, a special place for traitors like himself, to ensure they never moved on to the beyond, where there was said to be infinite peace. He hadn't really been conscious, just faintly aware that he could not move, his failures reverberating around him in some sort of psychological echo chamber, promising eternity. Then, a miracle. Mekai, the god of balances, chose him to stand by his side. He used Majora's Mask to reanimate Girahim's body, crafting new flesh in the same familiar form that his spirit remembered. It felt like being born. Reborn, more accurately. And when his new master told him of his plans, it was like his old life had returned. Finally, someone to follow, a mission to take on, purpose. Mekai gave Girahim his entire existence back. The gift was immeasurable in scale, and discovering the mask's location was not sufficient enough to repay him. But he would find other ways to express his gratitude. To begin, he would start a war for his master. He leapt from the boulder and sprinted toward the front of the undead armada. He would lead this army to victory, not only doing everything he could to discover where Yoki had taken the mask, but also to claim the castle itself, an extra little present for Mekai. He could visualize it so clearly in his mind, sitting the throne, warming the seat for its true king. Mekai would shower him with glory and love, a true satisfactory ending to Girahim's sad story. While they marched, swaths of Redeads broke off outward in 4 directions. They would seek the mask, while Girahim would usurp the kingdom, all objectives managed at once. They knew what to look for, who to look for, and they would find him. These monsters weren't like the other Redeads Mekai initially created. They were stronger, smarter, and possessed an ability to home in on a target once it was acquired. All they needed to do was sense Yoki's presence within a certain distance, and it would be over for the little nuisance. As they drew closer to the castle, the Hyrulean soldiers began to form a barricade between themselves and the Redeads. Girahim cackled at the sight of these pathetic knights of the realm, wielding steel weapons, yet no shred of magic within their weak forms. Girahim raised a gloved arm, slashing it through the air, and the Redeads halted on command. Mekai had given him full control of the army, and the feeling of power coursing through him now felt unparalleled to any he'd experienced in the past. He watched the soldiers rush to their defensive battalion positions and sneered with pleasure as the king of Hyrule himself strode across the drawbridge, which was promptly pulled shut and to the front of his own army. This would be positively delicious.
Let us approach for negotiation,
the king offered, shouting across the field as his soldiers quieted. Girahim snickered silently, but nodded once in agreement. He would happily play the king's little game. The two enemies dropped their swords where they stood and paced slowly toward each other in sync. Once they came close enough, Girahim stopped, closed his eyes, and summoned a magical shield to surround the pair. It shimmered gold, formed with a jagged triangular pattern, the shapes slowly swimming on the shield's surface, forming a sort of bubble. The king startled and scoffed in anger.
What is this?
He snarled. Girahim chuckled in amusement.
Just a bit of insurance, he explained. Now no one can hear us. We can discuss important matters, just you and me. No outside influences.
The king narrowed his eyes, but did not argue.
So be it. Who are you? Why do you march on my castle? Are you fiends of Ganondorf?
Girahim raised an eyebrow. I do not know this name, though I do like the sound of it. He stretched, languishing in his new body.
I did miss the real world, and I have tasks to complete. You are among those tasks.
He found this king to be quite attractive up close. He was young, tall, and slim, but muscular. His beard grew full and red, while smoky green eyes gazed perceptive and regal at his foe. A body built for combat, meticulously trained. Bulging tendons twitched with anticipation beneath his roughened skin. Girahim could not wait to see how his blood gushed.
If your task is to obliterate my kingdom, you have sorely misjudged it. We will fight your demons with everything we have, and we will win. If you surrender now, you may avoid a multitude of deaths throughout your army, let alone yourself.
Oh, I'm not worried about my army, Your Majesty, but you should be worried about yours.
A smile snaked across his pale face, and without warning, he dashed toward the king, clutching his throat and forcing him up against the shield wall, much like Mekai had done to him. The shield sizzled as it began to burn the king's royal tunic. He grunted against Girahim's powerful might, fueled by his magic, and choking smoke slowly permeated the bubble. The man struggled but could not free himself. Girahim let out a full-throated laugh, whipping his head upward toward the sky in absolute delight. Then he took a deep breath and studied the king's royal face. He truly was handsome. So handsome, a sudden desire came over Girahim, and he dragged his tongue leisurely across the king's cheek. He tasted like wild grasses and ancient tomes, reminders of what life had in store for Girahim's future. Luxury and riches, lovers and feasts, the best of the best.
Unhand me, you crazed fiend. Holland,
The king called for some naive commander, surely, but no one could hear him in here. Girahim pressed a little harder on his throat, sinking into the violence, feeling himself come alive with power and a ruthless energy that fed him. He hotly desired to rip into this mortal, but he knew he must stay his hand if he wanted to truly overcome this challenge. It would be such a waste, after all, to dispose of the king so soon. He wanted a more invigorating fight. Besides, he had other places to be. He leaned into the king's ear and passionately whispered, "See you on the battlefield." The shield came down, and Girahim shoved him to the ground, soldiers rushing to their king's aid, spun on his heel, and marched back to his waiting undead. It was time to receive his just rewards. King Thaddeus did not know how many dead soldiers littered Hyrule Field. Too many to count, too many lives snuffed out. But he knew his army had been reduced by at least half. Though they had procured several instruments with which to play the song that paralyzed the monsters, the undead beasts' numbers proved too great. The Redeads overwhelmed the Hyrulean army. Soldiers and knights frozen in their tracks and pounced upon, their skulls chewed straight through. Thaddeus gasped for breath as he stumbled across the west stone outer wall of Castletown, drenched in sweat and tripping over bodies. He thought he caught a glimpse of the slackened, lifeless face of a familiar boy whom he'd recently knighted, one who only joined the knighthood a few months prior. Commander Holland's 19-year-old son, Haro. He despaired, but did not allow it to slow him down. He needed to reach the end of the west wall, where some of the stone had crumbled away, providing footholds that he could climb. The drawbridge remained securely shut, and not even the king's command would bring it down, as per Thaddeus's orders. He had to find a different way over the wall and into his castle, for there was only one way they could win the battle this night, and that way was safely locked inside the castle walls. Magical Song did indeed cause a temporary paralysis of the Redeads, but another element was much more effective. Light. Ideally, morning would dawn swiftly, but Thaddeus knew only 4 hours had passed since the battle began. They did not have time to keep up the same tired tactic that just was not working. He needed light. He needed power. He needed Zelda. The darkness seemed to swallow him back here, the moon having hidden itself behind thick clouds, and only the smell of blood to keep him company. He edged along the wall, feeling for the small gaps of crumbling stone. There, the familiar dip of roughened rock. He'd used this wall to climb out of the castle grounds as a child, escaping into the field, hoping to come across a beautiful Gerudo or see a famed Goron for the first time. But his attendant was always quick to find him and bring him home. Thaddeus never revealed his secret to anyone, however. He positioned his boots in the gaps and made the distantly familiar climb over the wall, hopping down on the other side into a back alley of Castletown. Quiet saturated the air, contrasted from the screams and clashing of weapons against flesh outside. The only hope was that the psychotic foe who had brought this war upon them had not shown his pale face again. Only the Redeads littered the battlefield, killing and maiming. The villain was nowhere to be seen. All the more reason to do this now, while perhaps the lunatic was otherwise occupied. Thaddeus sensed an immense level of power in him, more than he knew they had the strength to fight against. He also knew that bringing Zelda into the fray was a foolhardy tactic, dangerous, perhaps even qualifying as cruel, but he had no choice. She was brave. She'd always been brave, whether she realized it of herself or not. That was her only problem, after all. She did not believe in herself as she should. Thaddeus feared that the coming years would bring more of that mindset forward for her, that no matter how many people told her that she was powerful and capable, she'd never see it as truth. He swore to himself daily that he would work against that reality as much as he could, not just for the benefit of the kingdom, but for her own personal sake, because he loved her more than anything in this world. He rushed up the spiral staircase that led to her chambers. As he approached her closed door, Impa stood, ever watchful in front of it, transitioning into a bow once she saw him.
Impa, I need her. Please stand aside.
She did not move. Impa was the only one in his entire court who ever dared to deny his orders. He'd learned over time that it was always for good reason, but now, this time, she mustn't disobey his command.
Your Majesty, what has happened? How does the battle fare?
I do not have time to explain. Move aside.
The princess is asleep.
I said move aside.
His raised voice was enough to snap Impa back to her senses, and she did as asked. Thaddeus sprinted inside the room and straight to Zelda's bed, where she sat up with alertness, having likely heard his outburst.
Father? Is everything...
He did not hesitate, scooping her into his arms and brushing past Impa's stalwart form. He began to run, but the Sheikah was faster than he, and appeared in front of him, halting his progress.
What is it you mean to do?
She asked, with suspicion and a hard, untrusting gaze.
Impa, you must let me pass. For all our years together, taking care of my daughter, tap into your instincts and for once, trust me.
Her brow slackened, shock permeating her strong features, and she stepped aside after only a moment of consideration.
Thank you,
he said with a relieved sigh, and went on his way, Zelda clinging to him.
I'm coming along,
Impa exclaimed and followed close behind. Thaddeus smiled.
I would expect nothing less, but we need to make one more stop first.
Impa, the king, and the princess stood above the secured drawbridge, the night somehow even darker, and the violent enemies below scattered across the expanse of Hyrule Field. His soldiers still fought, their war cries echoing off of the stone walls. Cries of pain also echoed, and the king knew he had little time left.
Everyone has gone away, haven't they?
Zelda whispered. He crouched down to Zelda's level, taking her by her shoulders in earnest.
My darling daughter, I know you can do this.
Her ocean blue eyes swam with tears, and his heart shattered. He was traumatizing her, to be sure, but what other choice did he have? Hyrule itself was at stake.
I don't think I can.
She sobbed.
Of course you can. Do you remember what Link told us? About the 7 years?
She sniffed and nodded.
What did he say? What happened to you in that time?
He said, I trained with Impa to become a Sheikah warrior.
Right, you did. And you did become that warrior. You embodied her. You had it in you the entire time. It just needed a little coaxing out, yes?
She nodded again, but he knew she struggled to believe it.
And what else did he tell us about your power?
Her eyes brightened just a bit.
He said I used it to help him seal away the King of Evil. But Father, I haven't trained enough. I wasn't there.
She looked down at her hands, clutching her bow so tightly her fingers were pale. They'd swung by the armory on the way out, Impa having suggested Zelda might benefit from a weapon with which to focus her power. She grabbed a few weapons herself as well. He could tell Impa itched to get out on the battlefield, but he needed her support. He looked to her now, and she caught on quick.
Princess,
she began.
I wasn't there either. I never saw you master your power. I know it feels like another world, far away from us, unreachable. But it happened. And because it happened, I know you have the capability to do it again. We believe in you, Zelda. You are our inspiration. Every single day you improve, whether you see it or not. The worst that can happen here is that you don't try. And I know you have the courage to at least do that.
Resolve settled across the princess's face, and she turned to look at the mayhem below them, and then back down at her bow once again.
All right. I'll try.
This timeline was most certainly different. Girahim marched his second army across Hyrule Field yet again, but this time the land existed several years into the future. Apparently, a split of a timeline that occurred via magical influence. He knew of traveling the distance of time, of course, but jumping from one timeline to another was a new experience for him. Mekai facilitated this phasing, and he reveled in the gift. But the nuisance, Yoki, could perform this feat on his own, which meant he could be in any timeline, hiding away, likely knowing he was being hunted. So they had to improvise and split Mekai's army in half to search both worlds. He imagined the look on Mekai's face as Girahim would hand him the prized gift, as well as 2 separate lines of time to rule with his iron-clad fists. He wondered what the royal family was like here. Apparently, the handsome king was no longer alive in this world. A pity, really, but Girahim would return to the initial timeline and have his way with him soon enough. A different king ruled this land, and Girahim could not wait to meet him. Queen Zelda watched her daughter sleep. The years since sealing Ganon away had flown by so swiftly. She hadn't been able to keep up. Months of pregnancy, meetings with dignitaries, and the secret weapons council that she and the king had established with Kageno, the Sheikah town 2 days' ride from Hyrule where she'd grown up, among other problems like land disagreements, pressure to raise taxes on the poor, which she refused to do, and a constant, nagging worry that evil would rear its ugly head again. But then, her child was born, and everything seemed to slow down. All she wanted to do was hold her, feed her, discover the new ways in which she was learning the world around her. Nothing else mattered anymore. Her hair smelled of lavender, her skin clear of scars, her eyes fresh and alert, and she was beginning to look much like her mother. One day, Zelda knew this light of her life would develop the same powers she possessed, and likely would have to fight another evil, if not the same one. The thought of it made her stomach turn. But until then, she would do anything and more to keep the little one safe. For now, she slept, freshly fed, a look of pure peace on her precious face. Zelda could not stop staring until a voice broke her reverie. "There you are," Rovan said as he approached the cuddling pair. He'd said those words to her so many times, from early on in their friendship and to this very day. The way he expressed his adoration never ceased to turn her mood positive. Rovan served as the other light in her life, and also the king, having taken on the obligations of the kingdom with an unmatched fervor. He could be serious when necessary, but he never lost his goofy manner, his humor, or his ability to love. Rovan crouched to gaze at their child, his eyes lighting up in a way that brought Zelda so much joy. She could barely stand it. He gently cradled the baby's head in his hand and bent to kiss her forehead. "And there you are," he said. Zelda smiled down at him, her gratitude for Rovan swelling. He was a wonderful father, just like her own. Sometimes she would be startled by a memory of King Thaddeus, a time when he'd given her advice or taken her swimming, or even the times when he had to discipline her, and she'd miss him beyond anything. Rovin had also lost his father to death, a fact that bonded them every day, and now this child bonded them, their little Zelda. A sudden disturbance at the door interrupted the trio's lovely moment, the guards letting Commander Harrow through, the son of Commander Holland, whom Zelda's father had relied on and trusted as his high commander 8 years ago. But Holland had succumbed to the evils of Ganondorf as well. "Your Majesties, there's been a development." The urgency of Harrow's behavior was a concern, but Zelda had learned over the past year not to assume the worst, even if her mind jumped with immediacy to it. So she calmly responded.
Come in, Harrow. What news do you have?
My queen, there are reports of Redead swarming Hyrule Castle and a strange man leading them.
How many? Rovin asked, standing swiftly. Zelda remained seated where she was clutching her daughter.
Hundreds. Many hundreds.
Harrow's face was shadowed with fear. Could it be? Could Ganondorf have returned already? Zelda had no visions to suggest this, but she'd learned that didn't mean much. Terrible things could still happen without the gods warning her.
This man. Is there report of a description?
He does not appear to be Ganondorf, my queen, Harrow replied, catching on to her anxious thoughts. So, a new evil then. Just what they needed. Rovin strode over to Harrow and began to discuss battalion assignments, and all Zelda could do was stare down at her child's sleeping face, feeling frozen. She suddenly wished Impa were here to encourage her, but the loyal Sheikah was shut away in the Shadow Temple still, answering her great calling with honor and transforming the temple into a habitable, meditative space for her people. Zelda must tackle this problem alone. No, not alone. She reminded herself that Rovin had always been there for her and always would be. She'd often struggled with the fact, but already he was arranging battle plans, and Zelda had barely moved. She broke herself from her stupor, standing carefully and lowering little Zelda into her crib as the child let out a sweet sigh. She turned to the men.
Show me,
she commanded. Once a trusted chambermaid had been tasked with the duty of protecting the child, the Queen and King of Hyrule made their way to the open archway balcony off of the castle's tallest defensive tower, where the view of Hyrule Field was most vast. They peered out into the night, only the dim light of the waning moon subtly igniting the grasses below. It took a moment for their eyes to adjust, but then they began to see movement. Indeed, there were hundreds upon hundreds of Redeads littering the landscape, stumbling and tripping along. Zelda could hear their groans from where they stood, so many that the sounds blended together to create an uncanny, monotonous din that echoed against the castle walls. Zelda's mind flashed back to her time in Kakariko's infamous well, where creatures unlike anything she'd witnessed haunted the underground halls that dripped with moisture and were stained with dark history. Many Redeads inhabited that well, and she'd frozen them in place with song, but she knew there was another way to destroy them, a much faster way.
I need my bow,
she said to Harrow with urgency. He did not hesitate, signaling to another soldier who promptly left the balcony to retrieve it. Harrow called after the soldier to meet them at the front gate, anticipating her plan. Her high commander was indeed the best she could ask for. "You're gonna use your power on them?" Rovin said, a certain excitement present in his eyes that Zelda often spotted when she utilized any of her strengths.
Yes. Do not deploy the battalions yet. I wish for 0 loss of life on our side this night.
In 10 minutes' time, they'd arranged defensive units behind the shuttered drawbridge, ready to attack if the foes made it over the moat somehow. Zelda stood with Rovin and Harrow above the drawbridge, watching as the Redeads halted in place. She saw the strange man who was mentioned step forward at the front center of the undead army. She could just see a smirk etching its way across his pale face as he slowly raised one arm into the air. They waited. He only stood there, staring at them, the manic smile never wavering, his arm remaining in the sky. "What is he waiting for?" Rovin said quietly. No one answered, for no one knew. Zelda was just about to bring her bow to eye level, tired of the standoff, when suddenly the field in front of them went darker, the moon having hidden away behind incoming clouds. And the strange man whipped his arm downward. The Redead stumbled forward, somehow faster than they were before. They crowded the edge of the moat, many falling in, while the man remained standing where he was, grinning as the monsters pushed past him. Zelda wasted no more time. She brought her bow up, stringing her first arrow, closed her eyes, and fed her magic into it. It took no time at all, a far cry from where she used to be, with controlling her power. The arrow glowed bright with light, and she loosed it, disintegrating a rather large group of Redeads where they stumbled. Again and again she repeated the action. Rovin and Haro watched with attentive gazes, studying the numbers of the beasts. Zelda vaguely registered the strange man's smile beginning to fade. Then a soldier on the ground shouted up to them. Everyone looked to see a Redead clambering over the wall. Haro turned to his soldiers. "Draw arms! Make for the walls! Bring them down!" The sudden clash of weapons and whooshing of loosed arrows took over the dark night air. Zelda still fired her own on the monsters, taking them out tactically, focusing on the closest ones to the moat edge. She could not look back at the square. She must focus on what was in front of her, but the noises rising behind them informed her enough. The Redeads screamed. She knew the beasts wielded power that froze their prey in order to devour them, and she couldn't bear to think what carnage they might leave behind. "Zelda?" Rovin said, not needing to ask the question she knew he wanted to.
"Do it."
Haro signaled to the soldiers below them, and the bright clinking sound of the lowering drawbridge added to the chaotic noise. The front battalion crowded the archway, shoving through the throng of Redeads that continued to push forward. Zelda did not think of who was protected in the castle, did not stop to mull over what might happen if those monsters got inside, because she would never allow that to happen again. She loosed arrow after arrow, her light magic shimmering in the darkness. Her mind grew numb, her muscle memory taking over. A Redead's head suddenly popped up from behind the wall in front of them, and Rovin launched it backward toward the water with the butt of his axe. It wasn't the first time he'd protected her like this, but the monsters were overtaking them. They were too fast and too erratic for Zelda to accurately dispose of them. Each time she obliterated a group, another group took their places. The throngs were never ending.
"This isn't working!"
she shouted. Rovin and Haro exchanged glances. "I'm going out there," Rovin said. She wanted to scream at him not to stay with her, to keep protecting her, to protect their child. But he gave her a swift kiss on her cheek and was gone in an instant, leaping into the fray. Haro remained with her, shouting orders to his soldiers below, and she continued to fire light arrows until another Redead climbed over the wall and screamed at her. The feeling of being frozen was not what she expected. She felt her insides freeze too, her heartbeat slowing to an almost imperceptible rate. She still clutched her bow, but could not move it, could not move anything. It was as though she was stuck in thick clay. Everything around her slowed to a crawl. Haro's sword slicing through the air at the creature, the noises of the battle, even the Redead itself. She could not make heads or tails of time. It was wholly meaningless. Then, just before the monster's yellowed fangs reached her face, Haru's blade sliced its mummified head clean off, and time resumed its momentum, freeing her body from its paralyzing cage. The chaos of the battle rushed back to her senses, and she almost panicked beyond recovery from the shock of it.
My queen, are you all right?
Haru yelled over the sounds, clutching her shoulders. She nodded in response, though she was not all right in the slightest. But now, she knew what she must do to end this. Arrows were not enough. She was picking off the horde too slowly. She needed to tap into her full power.
Keep the area clear for me,
she commanded. He nodded, redirecting his attention to the wall. She closed her eyes, knowing the risk she took by doing so, but she needed to focus, to bring her mind state to a place she'd only ever accessed once before. The sounds around her began to deafen. The air turned thicker. Her breathing turned shallower. She felt her power pulling itself into a focused point inside her, an entropy of potent magic, preparing for an explosion. She felt it snap into place and opened her eyes. Raising her hands, she forced the light from her center, directing it through her limbs. 2 powerful beams of light magic burst from her palms, each redead that received the brunt exploding into ash. She arced her magic across the field, painting it with light. Her entire body glowed, and Haru backed away from her in wonder. As she exhausted almost every ounce of light energy she had, the last of the monsters dissolving into dust, she realized she could no longer see her husband anywhere down below. Nor did she see the strange, smiling man. Girahim liked this king even better. He'd come up behind the man as he fought a throng of monsters, grasping the back of his neck and thrusting him up against the stone wall just past the moat, out of sight of the wildly powerful woman atop the drawbridge. She was a problem. Her countenance reminded him of a certain goddess he used to know. Her light magic obliterated his army, wiping out almost every single redead within minutes. But he still had a grip on their very special king, and all it would take was one good squeeze. He would play with him a bit first, however.
I've never been around so much royalty,
he purred, leaning into the king's ear, pressing his royal face into the stone.
You are all so very soft.
The man struggled against Girahim's powerful strength, unable to free himself to the villain's captivation, and then to his disappointment, he relaxed.
Who are you?
He asked calmly.
Does it really matter? Whether I tell you who I am or not, I'm still going to crush your windpipe.
He caressed the back of the man's head. The young king did not react.
We've destroyed your army,
he said instead. There was no ego in his voice, no sense of pride. He was just stating a fact. How positively boring.
If you surrender now, perhaps you'll find us merciful. Girahim chuckled. King Thaddeus just promised the same, but I am not so easily swayed by kings.
King Thaddeus? He repeated, his strong brow creasing.
Let him go, or I shall disintegrate you into dust like all of your pathetic foes.
Girahim growled under his breath and turned his head to see that nuisance of a girl striding up to them, palms up, a faint glow emanating from them. He grasped the king and whipped him around to shield Girahim's form.
Not so fast, little girl. We're playing nice, now aren't we?
He made a show of grabbing the king's throat and squeezing until he choked. The fire in her eyes grew.
My aim is true. I will warn you only once. Release him.
Why don't we talk about...
She did not lie. Her aim was indeed true. Girahim only just moved out of the way, shoving the king and using the momentum to roll to the side. But he felt a flash of heat radiating up his left arm and down his torso. He did not waste time to see the extent of the injury and instead teleported the distance of a mile, the scenery in his view changing in an instant. He gasped in pain and warily looked down to see nothing. Nothing at all. His arm was gone.
Are you sure he said my father's name?
Rovan nodded emphatically, wincing as Zelda dabbed the wounds on his neck with a healing solution. King Thaddeus, that's what he said. He said he wasn't easily swayed by kings. I don't know who else he could have been referring to. The field was being cleared of debris, and the queen and king had been briefed on the casualties of the battle. 21 soldiers had perished, a number too great for Zelda to accept, even though she was assured by all involved that it could have been much worse. To top it off, though the battle was won, the main offender had escaped. And now, there was a new mystery.
I don't understand it. But perhaps he knew my father when he was alive?
I'm not sure that's it. He used the words, just promised, as though he'd only recently spoken to him. None of it made any sense. It had been 8 years. Impa had seen the king violently murdered by Ganondorf's own hand. She had told Zelda the details years after the event. She'd watched from the shadows, having arrived a second too late to the throne room, where the King of Evil had thrust his fist into her father's chest. Impa had watched him go limp and tumble to the ground, while Ganondorf reveled in his victory and sat the throne for the first time. The Sheikah warrior had then made her way back to Zelda, who had almost been taken by a monster, and saved her life. They'd escaped Hyrule Castle, and the rest was history. Could he have actually survived? Escaped somehow and gone looking for Zelda, never to find her? Kageno, where they'd taken refuge, was a 2-day trek from Hyrule, and quite unknown. She wasn't sure her father would have even thought to look there. But Impa was almost never wrong. Zelda felt certain that her father had met his end all those years ago. So why was his name uttered now by some unknown villain? She finished cleaning Rovan's wounds and kissed him, beyond grateful that he was alive, that their daughter was safe, that things worked out the best way they could have. She would be speaking with Kageno's war general soon, however. The Sheikah faction there had discovered ancient technology that they'd been developing into weaponry. She thought now was likely the perfect time to make use of it. She spent the rest of the day with little Zelda, taking the time to thank the gods for their survival. But one thought echoed throughout her mind. Was her father alive? It didn't matter that Girahim's shoulder, face, and ribs bled a sticky black ichor. Didn't matter that his howls of pain and desperate begging echoed throughout the vale. Mekai still struck him over and over again. His rage overtaking his action, the fire in his core stoked to new levels he hadn't before felt. The villain had failed him. In both timelines, the girl with the blood of the goddess had decimated his precious creations. Not only the adult version of her, who had developed and perfected her power over time, but also the child version who hadn't even had the chance to. Even she overcame all boundaries and wiped them out. In the timeline when King Thaddeus still reigned, and where the loss of life was much greater, they'd still managed to beat back the monsters until the sun rose. At that point, none of his redeads had a chance to survive. None had found the mask either. His main goal, his only real desire. Girahim had promised him he would employ tactics of great success, and all Mekai got from it was a whining villain crawling back to the Vale with a missing arm. He beat Girahim until the traitor no longer made noise.
Well, it seems you've made a mess of things, Mekai.
The raging god turned from Girahim's crumpled form to see Saigo standing there, the ruler of this forsaken hellscape.
You would know what a mess looks like, wouldn't you, Saigo? After all, you're the tyrant of this cesspool of security failures.
Is this why you're so desperate to rule the surface world? But Mekai, you could so easily trick Hamet into phasing you there. Instead, you use the power you have left to send your pathetic lackey, a spirit who only ever caused chaos in his time. Because you are frightened, yes. Too afraid to tackle the task of usurping on your own.
Saigo's voice dripped with a disgusting amount of sarcasm, filling Mekai with 1,000 years worth of rage.
You speak carelessly, Saigo. One day, you will see that I am a cataclysm.
He stepped dangerously toward the god of death.
Fleeing will do you no good. Souls are wretched, even in innocence and youth. I will bathe in their blood. I will use it to dominate all.
Saigo narrowed his eyes as Mekai spoke, the god of balances losing control, closing the space between them and raising his fists. A sudden shift in the air around him caused him to pause. He sensed them before he saw them, prison bars of shadow. They shot up from the ground, swallowing him in darkness. He shouted expletives at Saigo as the god of death simply watched him stoically. Mekai tried to bring the cage down, but his power would not work. In fact, he could not feel it within him at all. He looked helplessly upward at Saigo.
You are finished, Mekai. You're right. I am the ruler of this place, the tyrant. And it does have flaws. But you are one of those flaws, and I have a duty to erase them.
He took a deep breath.
Mekai, god of balances. You are charged with the inducing of hundreds of unauthorized deaths in 2 timelines. The breaking free of an imprisoned spirit, and the raising of monsters used to murder surface beings who were not marked for death. These crimes are of an unprecedented caliber, and your punishment shall be just.
Mekai began to panic. His only chance was Girahim, his loyal admirer. He'd forgive Mekai for beating him. He'd free the god from the cage of shadow, and they'd escape into the darkness together. Girahim loved Mekai, but as he turned to beseech him, he saw the ground where he had lain empty. He'd fled like a coward.
As per the Threes and my own judgment, you have been sentenced to centropic death.
No, obliteration. The death of a god. No. Mekai changed his tune.
I will make up for this, Saigo. I beg you. Give me another chance. I will remain powerless. I will...
You will die.
Epilogue. It had been a very long 3 days. The cycle had repeated, in fact, over and over and over again. Link, the boy with the spirit of the hero, had chanced upon my Termina at the exact time I needed help. What fortune had found me! I could not believe my eyes when I saw him riding a mare through the forest, right toward the entrance of my strange forged world. Time forgets itself in Termina.
It is so malleable, only a simple song is needed in order to turn it backward. I learned the ins and outs of the clock tower, the key to terminus stability. The world's magic originated there and branched like veins throughout the land. My song of healing was especially powerful there, Link having ended up using it many times to heal the souls of innocent ones. Innocent ones who were far from real. But it mattered not. I needed him. His heroism. Because of that rotten Skull Kid. As I was attempting to utilize Majora's Mask's untold power, he had jumped me and had stolen it. I could do nothing, unconscious as I was. And soon I found that Skull Kid had done much more damage to Termina than he ever did to me. He'd befriended the four gods who Sonzai had created as protectors of the land. But something occurred between them, and the chaotic Skull Kid lashed out, committing small crimes here and there with his quirky fairy friends. Stealing the mask was his penultimate mistake. Donning it was his last. Link did not escape the ramifications of Skull Kid's lack of judgment either. The poor thing was transformed into a Deku scrub, close to helpless at first, until I was able to assist him in finding a way to turn himself back. From there, the dominoes fell. So much happened. The moon began to fall. The virtual copies of Hyrule's residents started to feel the brunt of Skull Kid's actions, many of them succumbing to depression, denial, and even death. The intricacies of this world knew no bounds. I was incessantly surprised by how real everything and everyone seemed. Link took on the duty of saving Termina, at my request. He also vowed to find Majora's Mask for me. When speaking to him, I pretended I did not know him, putting on my happy mask salesman facade in order to hide my true intentions. For some reason I still do not comprehend. Hamet's first words to me came to mind when I initially spoke to the boy. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? What the little hero truly thought of me I did not know, as he rarely spoke. But he took on the mission with great aplomb, utilizing his talents and the many magics Termina had to offer him. He saved my world, and he found my mask. But I did not foresee the consequences. After all, Link was a legendary hero, among Jinsei's finest stock of mortals, his most prized and most loved. Of course he would do everything he could to abolish the evil within the mask. He was an overachiever. Now, as I took the mask back from Link, finally, and gazed into its terrifying eyes, I realized its power had been utterly lost. Nothing had ever gutted me so, save for my brother's passing. This had been my last chance, and it was over. I made a decision then, as several realizations hit me at once. Studying the hero, Skull Kid, freshly unpossessed, and the two hyperactive fairies, I began to understand the minutiae of this terminal world. My, you sure have managed to make quite a number of people happy, I told them with a smile, my salesman voice chipper as ever. The masks you have are filled with happiness. This is truly a good happiness. Simple words full of complicated meaning. Fate was real. It was not an illusion, like the characters that filled my terminal world. Everything was portended. Even my brother's death. His passing was a card that could not be flipped. I was shown this every single day that I tried to get him back. But he wasn't really gone. Satori tried to tell me in the Death Veil that all of us exist in whatever form we take, and whether that form is lively or dead, we are still here. But I didn't truly understand what he meant. It isn't just that we exist. We live on in memory. We live on in legacy and action and reaction, the ripples we cause through time, making the smallest choices that yield the most impactful changes. We live on in the people we leave behind. And in this way, we create our own fates. The three made us powerful, even though they rule over us. We are their special creations, but we are also their most formidable adversaries. Because we exist. I smiled again at the four strange beings in front of me, appreciating their qualities, their passions, their individuality. They would never know that the adventure they just went through wasn't as real as they were, but it felt real, even to me. Especially to me. I wondered
as I turned and walked away, humming my song of phasing quietly, if Termina might someday become real. I was leaving it, and I did not plan to return. Perhaps it would evolve. The people inside it would further populate it, more fully appreciate their existence now that their lives were no longer at stake. They seemed to feel real pain, real sadness, real mirth. Perhaps they'd make something of themselves, and do the thing that real mortals do in desperate times. Search for happiness. Now I recognized what was real and what wasn't. Intentions were real. Intentions were everything. And happiness, mirth, while a reasonable goal, perhaps was not the real endgame. But it was time for me to discover what was.
I'm so happy to see you, my Yoki.
Hamet twirled her wild curls as she checked me over for injury. I could tell her obsession with me had only grown since I'd escaped the death veil. She truly was proud of her creation. I had barely spoken since I arrived here again. I only indicated what my purpose was. I wanted to help Rengo gain his pose opacity back. And I was also here to make good on my contract with Hamet, whatever that might entail. Because I truly did not have any other aspiration. But perhaps I could be of some sort of use, even if it wasn't guaranteed to be a moral venture. Saigo wasn't happy with my return, but Hamet convinced him I should stay, freed of imprisonment. After all, I really had nowhere else to go. I didn't belong anywhere now. The question still begged to be answered, though. What was the end game? If not happiness, then what? Hamet, I said, startling her out of her examination of me.
What is it, my dear?
I looked deeper into her eyes than I ever had before. What makes you happy? She smiled with her sharp grin.
Why, you, of course, my sweet Yoki. You, my dear surface being, are as close to a god than a mortal can get. I have so many plans for you and that, indeed, makes me very happy.
Her mirth was anchored in my success. I thought of my brother's mastery of the skills I taught him, and how happy it had made me back then to see it. Perhaps I had mastered mirth after all. What is it you'd like me to do first? I asked her, itching to have some kind of goal to meet, some solution to find. But Hamet wanted something else altogether. I would be working with my hands again, creating something.
I adore your enthusiasm,
she cooed.
Yoki, darling, make me a mess.